Please take your seats. Distinguished guests, welcome to the second day of the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. This is a continuation of the interactive general debate that began yesterday morning and sparked dialogue amongst the speakers of Parliament from all over the world. I'm Christine Muttonen, managing partner of Central East Connect, a project to connect people, to bring them together. And I will be your moderator for today. Welcome, and please take your seats. This morning, we are discussing the 4th motion on gender equality and the law. We had already on Monday a very interesting and very lively debate on gender equality in the Women's Conference. It was during my school time here in Austria that when it was not allowed for girls and boys to go to the same school, just imagine. And it was during my studies that my mother was not allowed to work without my father's permission. And it was only in the 90s that married and unmarried women gained the same rights. So times have changed, and we have laws. The question is this sufficient? Is this the only way to gender equality? And what else can we do? The motion of today is repealing laws that discriminate against women and girls is the only path towards achieving gender equality. We will be hearing statements from 4 speakers who will be introducing the motion for and against. Afterwards, move to the contributions from speakers who wish to address the motion today. So let me take now my seat, and then we will start the discussion. He will be the first, just to know.
Will make the announcement?
The distinct time limit of 3 minutes, also because we have to finish on time. So excuse me if I have to interrupt. If you wish to take the floor after the pre-registered speakers, we will take spontaneous contribution if time allows. In that case, please raise your country's nameplate and introduce yourself. Now, without further ado, we come to the first speaker, and I'm very pleased to have with us Mr. Om Birla, the Speaker of the House of People of India, to deliver his contribution. Mr. Birla will be speaking for the motions, and you have got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
The floor is yours.
माननीय सभापतिगण,
Honourable and members of delegations, as per the provisions of the Indian Constitution, discrimination on the basis of gender is prohibited. and every citizen of the country enjoys the fundamental right to equality. As per constitutional and other legal provisions in the country, women have been reserved between 1/3 and a half of seats in some states, so far as the elected bodies in rural and urban areas are concerned. As a result, there are 1.4 million women representatives in the country out of 3 million elected representatives. Friends, apart from ensuring adequate representation for women, we have also focused on making legislation in accordance with international conventions. We have also focused on repealing and amending a number of laws so that Indian women can enjoy equal rights. As a result of these efforts, India has entered into a new age of gender equality and gender justice. To ensure the holistic development of women and girl children, a number of schemes have been launched, such as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Save the Girl Child, Educate the Girl Child, Prosperous Girl Child, Maternal Protection, and Bank Accounts for Every Indian. As a result, today more than 7 million self-help groups are working to empower women in the country. Friends, no country can progress by leaving behind half of their population. Therefore, all the parliaments and public representatives around the world need to work together to create a gender-equal and gender-sensitive society. We also need to ensure the accountability of the executive under democratic systems and conventions in order to make parliamentary systems even more accountable to the people. Friends, what is essential at this hour is that our parliaments and our public representatives collectively resolve to give special priority to issues related to education, health, nutrition, and other development programs for women in our parliamentary proceedings. I request that we work together to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come to the next speaker, who is in fact on a video. So we are very pleased to have from Uzbekistan, Ms. Danzila Narbayeva, the Speaker of the Senate of Uzbekistan, who kindly sent us a video message. Please.
Уважаемые участники дискуссий, обеспечения гендерного равенства. Также функционирует специальная комиссия
With the translation. These technical problems. So if it's possible, we would like to move on. I'd like to ask you, Lusaka, President of the Senate of Kenya, to deliver your contribution. Please, you will speak against the motion.
Thank you so much. I observe all the protocols and say I'm very honored to present this motion. Repealing discriminatory laws is the only path for gender equality. We all agree that huge strides have been made worldwide in the mainstreaming of women issues in all spheres of life, including political, economic, social, and cultural. And we also agree that the gender equality and empowerment of women are at the heart of the SDGs and are preconditions for overcoming poverty, hunger, and disease. Similarly, the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 recognizes the centrality of gender international peace and security by recognizing the role of women in conflict prevention, peacekeeping, conflict resolution, and peace building. So this further reinforced, renewed, and complemented by other UN resolutions on the same subject, including the UN resolution of 1820 and many others that I can quote. But allow me to begin by recognizing the important role of the legal framework plays in dealing with women discrimination. In this regard, amendments of laws is an important component of responding to women discrimination in the world, and I submit that laws are important in facilitating accountability and access to justice and redress, but are not sufficient in themselves to eradicate all forms of discriminations, independent accountability. That's a panel report of 2016. Therefore, although a legal framework is necessary and has remained important in women emancipation, there's need for us to equally put more focus on other equally important factors in the spectrum, including political, cultural, and socioeconomic factors that continue to hinder progress towards the realization of real equality of men and women in all spheres of life. So in the Kenyan context, women marginalization in the political sphere is blamed on Kenya's patriarchal culture and the electoral system. But nonetheless, Kenya has made huge strides through their laws as promulgated in the new constitution of 2010. This includes equality in marriage, equality in employment, equality in access to education, prohibition of all forms of discriminatory customary practices, protection or matrimonial poverty, protection of women's rights to inheritance and to own property, equal parental responsibility, among others. So when you look at the Kenyan situation, you realize that at independence, we had only 2 women in parliament. As we speak now, in 2017, the last elections, we had 97 women in parliament, which is 23.2% of what we want to acquire. But what we are saying is that there are a number of provisions that we have made in the Constitution that have made it possible for women also to be recognized, and I will not quote in the interest of time. But what I'm saying as I conclude is that although the legal framework is important, they must be supported by other political, socio-economic, and cultural frameworks that protect women from all forms of discrimination. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we've heard a slightly different view, or maybe adding something towards the legal framework. So we next move on to Ms. Fanny Salinas Fernandez, from the President of the Central American Parliament, for your introduction. Please, the 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias. Distinguidos.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, it's an honor to share solidarity greetings in the name of the Central American Parliament. It's made up of 6 states in Central America. I would like to introduce the 4th motion and talk about it in relation to Latin America. It's an urgent issue. We need to make progress against laws that discriminate against women and girls, which undermine equality in law. We need to fight injustice and institutional violence against women and girls. We need to make a leap forward, a quantum leap from words to actions. We need to get rid of discriminatory laws, and we need to genuinely apply gender equality. We need to improve laws, but they must also be applied appropriately. In many countries, laws are deficient. We need clear legislation to protect women and girls. It must be set down in law that no means no in cases of rape and sexual harassment of women and girls. We must ensure that laws are there to protect the rights of women and girls. It should not just be theory or just on paper. We need concrete mechanisms so we can really apply these laws. In some cases, we are facing precarious laws or modern laws that are not applied. This must end. Unfortunately, I must mention some sad records in Latin America and the Caribbean in relation to sexual and reproductive health. More than half pregnancies are not planned. This has carried on since 1985. This is one of the regions in the world with the highest percentage of unsafe abortions and premature pregnancies. We must make it a priority to pay attention to vulnerable women like women or single mothers, Afro-descendants, indigenous women, and also disabled women. They are doubly discriminated against as they are part of various vulnerable groups, and also just because they're women. We need legislation to include all these vulnerable groups for their protection and to open up opportunities for human development for all of them, for their children as well. Therefore, I suggest that we pass this fourth motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I have a question to the technician whether the video is available. Yes?
We don't have a confirmation yet.
Not yet. So I'm sorry for that, but maybe we can see it in the middle of our discussion. So far we had, we saw the importance of laws, but we also heard about the importance of implementation. So this is the question we are going to ask you as well. And we have some pre-registered speakers from the floor who want to speak for or maybe against or with slightly different views of the motion. Our first speaker from the floor is Mr. Lucas Sinimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council of Namibia. We'll see if he is in the room.
He is.
He is.
There.
So,
Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates, Namibia has made a great stride in the gender equality. The remarkable achievements can be attributed to the Namibian Constitution that provides a fertile ground for the human rights and gender equality. In addition, the constitution of the ruling party, SWAPO, embraces the 50-50 gender representation in the structure of the party and appointed government positions. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has the potential to undo the decades of progress made by gender equality and women's rights. Therefore, this conference has come at the right time to remind us that we should remain the gains and keep on improving on gender equality and women's rights. My contribution is premised in the understanding that leadership and decision-making role should be a shared obligation in order for both genders to meaningfully contribute to the development of the genuinely gender-inclusive society. Distinguished participants, Namibia believes that attaining gender equality and empowerment of women is crucial for development. To ensure that Namibia women and girls have equal opportunities to participate in the socio-economic and political life, provision is made in Article 10 and 23 of the Namibian Constitution, which discourages discriminations against women and promotes women's participation in the political, social, and economic life. In addition to the Constitution, the government has enacted several gender-related laws, such as Married Person Equality Act, Labor Act, and others. Through implementations of these instruments, Namibia made notable progress in the area of education, health, politics, and governance. Apart from politics, Namibia women have entered into economic industries which were previously male-dominated. Distinguished participants, despite these opportunities, some Namibian women, just like other women around the globe, still face some challenges such as poverty, gender-based violence, and lack of economic opportunities. These downfalls were worsened by the prevalence of COVID-19 pandemics and the lockdowns. Let me conclude by saying that gender equality and women's empowerment contributes to women's access to public leadership role, whether in politics, legal profession, business sectors, academia, and sport, which remains elusive in some countries despite SDG 5. Hence, I am making a call to the World Athletic Body to repeal the controversial and discriminatory rule on women with higher testosterone that is used against women in sport. To be specific, on our 2 Namibian sprinters who were banned from competing in the 400 race at the recently concluded 2020 Tokyo Olympics.
May I ask you to formulate your last sentence?
Thank you. This rule is unfair in the sense that these 2 innocent 18-year-old girls are naturally born girls just like any other girl on this planet. So I submit, Comrade Moderate. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We come to the next speaker, Ms. Eliane Tillieu, President of the Chamber of Representatives of Belgium. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. C'est un plaisir pour moi de prendre.
It is an honour for me to take the floor here at the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament to talk about the situation of women and whether it has improved over the last few decades. When we look at this, we see that the status of women and girls in several countries is still not equal to that of men. However, the situation is very delicate. We can see disparities between different geographical regions, but the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic recession that followed it, as well as its social consequences, have had a significant impact on women compared to men. This has increased the gap, which had been filled in the past, or been in the process of being filled. Conflicts often affect the rights of women and girls, first and foremost. Unfortunately, we can see this in Afghanistan, and all international bodies should be focusing on this. We therefore need to adopt legal binding measures when it comes to gender equality. We must legislate in order to achieve the equality of rights between men and women. I'm thinking here of the principle of being paid equally, as well as equality of chances, and the recognition of the notion of positive discrimination. The place of women in leading bodies of private and public companies is also a central issue, and I'm very pleased to see that certain initiatives have been taken in my country in this regard, but it is not enough. We cannot erase stereotypes through only through legislation alone. Therefore, we require initiatives, awareness-raising campaigns, training courses at home and at schools. And we need to build up networks of women. We need models and integrating the gender dimension into policies. And of course, in the fight of violence against women. In this regard, in 2020, Belgium joined the UN's friendly group to eliminate violence against women and girls. And our Chamber of Representatives has dedicated several weeks of hearings and debates on this matter. It talks about domestic violence against women and children. In April, a final resolution was adopted to ask the government to fight against domestic violence and make it a priority. This includes physical, psychological, and economic violence and this is very important after lockdown, online violence. This is particularly pertinent for social networks. This policy must be integrated and associated with all levels of power. So this is one way of protecting victims, women, but also children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President of the Chamber of Representatives of Belgium. We now move on to Mr. Mahmoud Ibrahim Lavan, Speaker of the Senate of Nigeria, to take the floor for his perspectives on the motion. Mr. Lavan, he obviously is not in the room. So we move on, and I invite next Mr. Ivica Dacic, the Speaker of the National Assembly from Serbia, to take the floor.
Hvala lepo, uvažena predsjedavajuća, poštovani kolege. Svjedoci smo da su vanredni uslovi u kojima skoro 2 godine živimo doprineli rastućoj diskriminaciji nad ženama, bilo da je reč o kućnom nasilju koje je u velikom porastu, ali i diskriminaciji na radnom mestu i u društvu uopšte.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, okay.
There is a problem again with the interpretation. Just a minute, please.
There isn't a problem. The translation, that is interpretation, will be consecutive after he is finished.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, okay. Ovo je nazadovanje koje zabrinjava i zahteva odlučnu akciju svih naših institucija i celog društva i parlamenti naravno u tome imaju ključnu i nezamenljivu ulogu.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman, respected colleagues, for almost 2 years we have been witnessing the extraordinary conditions for the life of all our societies that have unfortunately contributed to the growing discrimination against women, whether it is domestic violence that is on the rise or the discrimination in the workplace and society in general. This is a setback that worries and requires decisive action by all our institutions and the whole societies. Parliaments have a key and irreplaceable role in this.
Republika Srbija je na vreme prepoznala ova negativna kretanja i otvorila je veoma široku društvenu diskusiju o borbi protiv diskriminacije u novim uslovima, što je rezultiralo donošenjem novih i modernih zakona u parlamentu, čiji je cilj, između ostalog, dodatna zaštita prava žena. Zahvaljujući izmenama zakona o izboru narodnih poslanika u februaru prošle godine, obezbeđeno je učešće 40% žena u parlamentu. Tada je kvota zastupljenosti na izbornim listama uvećana sa 30 na 40%. Skupština Srbije je u maju ove godine u uslovima borbe protiv pandemije usvojila novi zakon o rodnoj ravnopravnosti i izmenila postojeći zakon o zabrani diskriminacije, čija su nova rešenja dodatno osnažila prava žena.
The Republic of Serbia recognized these negative trends in time and opened a very broad social discussion on the fight against discrimination in the new conditions, which resulted in the adoption of new and modern laws in Parliament, whose goal is, among other things, additional protection of women's rights. Thanks to the amendments to the law on the election of MPs in February last year, the participation of 40% of women in the parliament was ensured. The quota of women's representation on the electoral list was increased from 30 to 40%. In May this year, in the midst of the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, the Serbian parliament adopted a new law on gender equality and amended the existing law on prohibition of discrimination, whose new solutions further strengthened the women's rights in various areas.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Država Srbija je usvojila i strategiju za sprečavanje i borbu protiv rodno zasnovanog nasilja prema ženama i nasilja u porodici, što će biti prioritet u narednom periodu. I želim naravno da se zahvalim svima što ste ovu temu stavili na dnevni red.
The Republic of Serbia adopted a new strategy for the prevention and combating of gender-based violence against women and domestic violence, which will be one of the priorities in the work of government. And I would like to thank you for prioritizing this topic.
Thank you very much. As you said, we all agreed until now that this is a very, very important topic and we have to keep on working on that. Now I would like to invite Ms. Mabel Chinonoma, the President of the Senate of Zimbabwe, for your contribution. The floor is yours. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm inclined to accept the notion that the inequities that exist in most countries are a result in big part of a lack of good laws that foster equality, as well as the existence of laws that actively discriminate against women and girls. Women's property rights, for example, are limited by social norms, customs, and legislation, which diminishes women's economic status and their opportunity to overcome poverty. Many customary laws effectively deprive women of property rights, in particular to land ownership, both in their areas of birth and in marital clans. Widows are instantly evicted following the deaths of their husbands. Parliaments should repeal any such laws and enact laws that neutralize oppressive and discriminatory customary practices. In order to attain gender equality in the workplace, realizing equal pay for equal work, parliaments should strive to enact comprehensive labor and employment laws. Countries that improve gender equality in the workplace stand to reap great rewards, having established that all work that men can do, women can do, and in most cases with greater efficiency. Laws governing matters of bonuses, promotions, and grade advancement should always take into consideration the several responsibilities that women additionally bear outside the workplace. Parliaments, when making employment laws, should recognize that comparing merit and performance goes beyond what happens in the actual places. In the cases of Zimbabwe, our constitution provides for full employment and the removal of restrictions that prevent people from working and otherwise engaging in gainful economic and social activities, stipulating that the state must implement measures such as for family care that enable women to enjoy a real opportunity to work whilst also being able to take care of their families. Sexual harassment also remains a huge concern in the workplace, and our parliament is in the process of public consultation to review and amend the Labour Act and also put in place a Sexual Harassment Act that will, among other things, criminalize and punishes offenders. Electoral laws should be amended to protect women whilst enabling them to participate in electoral process without having to jump through hoops. Requirements should not be used as tools by men to deter women's participation. Parliaments should strive to ensure that laws governing elections and electoral processes are as comprehensive as they are inclusive. All laws that make it harder for women to participate in electoral processes have no place in today's world and ought to be repealed. Child marriage is this despicable form of gender inequality. We have spoken up against child marriages.
Please
all our lives.
Come to the
we
final
have
sentence.
spoken about it at this summit, and we will continue to speak of it for many years to come. It is a gruesome form of child abuse and national laws. Any laws that does not treat women and men fairly ought to be repealed and replaced with laws that recognize gender equality. Let me conclude by quoting for you the great Irish philosopher Edmund Burke, who said, "Bad laws is the worst kind of tyranny." I thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We come now to the Speaker of the Stortinget of Norway, Ms. Tone Wilhelmsen Trøen. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, dear moderator and panelists. Legislation is, of course, very important to reach gender equality. However, it is not enough. We must ensure that women are able to make use of their rights. One important thing is to give women the time to engage in the working life and politics. This should be done by relieving them of their traditional burden of domestic work and care. In Norway, women got the right to vote and be elected to parliament in 1913. This was an example of changing legislation. But it was first much later, in the 1970s, that women representation in parliament reached substantial numbers. Why first in the 1970s? Well, that was when our welfare state was established with public-financed childcare and homes for the elderly. As a consequence, women could now spend more time outside their homes, getting help to look after their children and caring for their older relatives. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the need for household chores and care has multiplied. And again, the women had to take most of this unpaid work. When UN Women tells us that even before the COVID, women already spent about 3 times as many hours on unpaid domestic work and care work as men, we can only imagine what negative effect the pandemic has had on gender equality. So to conclude, reducing the burdens on women's domestic and care work frees up time to engage in society and contributes to increased women representation and gender equality. Changing legislation that discriminates against women is important, but legislation is not enough on its own. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Speaker of the Parliament of Norway. Now we come to the next speaker, and I would like to call on Ms. Yemanumu Kumba, Speaker of the Transitional National Legislative Assembly, to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, honorable speakers of this August gathering, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand in support of this motion. Laws, whether constitutional or customary, are fundamental legal framework that can either empower women and girls or undermine their empowerment and achievement of gender equality. Most discriminative practices against women and girls are entrenched in some forms of law. According to the research conducted by the UN, over 2 million women and girls around the world are affected by discriminatory laws that impede gender equality and hold women and girls back. It is against this backdrop that the only path towards achieving gender equality is to repeal laws that discriminate against women and girls. Parliaments, as institutions representing the voices of the people, have fundamental roles in ending such laws and enacting those that promote gender equality and exercise oversight over their implementation. Equality in law for women and girls by 2030, a multi-stakeholder strategy for accelerated action as a strategy developed by the UN, the African Union, the IPU, Commonwealth, and other stakeholders to fast-track the repeal or review of discriminatory law in 100 countries by 2023 is a move that is in recognition of the importance of gender equality laws. It is increasingly becoming apparent that investing in women is the only means to eradicate poverty and attain sustainable development. Women, once empowered, can build better livelihood, gain more income, contribute economically to their families, thereby improving family access to health, education, and nutrition, and create businesses that provide jobs and boost local economies. Therefore, laws that prevent women from property inheritance, land ownership, microfinance credit can lead to food insecurity, malnutrition, and lower income and poverty. Gender equality laws can prevent indiscriminatory rape, reduce sexual and domestic violence, and promote equal treatment of female employees, and set minimum age of marriage to enable girls to further their education and prevent pregnant teenagers from being dismissed from schools. In South Sudan, the participation of women in public life continues to be limited by the existence of cultural and religious laws and customary practices. For too long, women's position in government institutions were mainly associated with their traditional roles related to social care, such as teaching, nursing, and home care. This status quo was successfully challenged by the active and equal participation of women in the liberation struggle and their subsequent participation in peace negotiations and constitutional making processes. During this process,
would you come to your final remarks?
Women demanded affirmative action of 25% of women representation at all levels of government. And this was incorporated into both the Comprehensive Peace Agreement and the interim constitution, and that provides the legal basis for women empowerment. This affirmative action as a legal provision set the stage, thank you, for increased number of women in government. Currently, women are represented, 34% of women are represented in the parliament and other levels of government. And also this has put South Sudan, ranking South Sudan number 45, according to the IPU record of 2021, September 2021. So I believe repealing laws and enacting laws that empower women is the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Distinguished guests, we now open the floor to spontaneous contributions from the speakers of parliament, to heads of delegations present to address the fourth motion. And we have a speaker from the German Bundestag, the Deputy Speaker of the Bundestag of Germany, Ms. Claudia Roth, bitte.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody, dear colleagues, dear friends. The reality of millions of people is already affected by the impacts of the climate crisis, which is worsening hunger and poverty around the world. And for millions of people, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic now come on top. As Antonio Guterres pointed out recently, women and girls are particularly affected as they bear the brunt of the climate crisis, and women and girls are also bear the major burden of the COVID-19 pandemic. This underlines the gendered effects of crisis, that it is women and girls, that it is those structurally marginalized in societies who suffer most in all crises. We are still far, far away from a world of gender equality, far away from a world in which the basic human rights of all are safeguarded. A world that, as pointed out in Beijing in 1995, recognizes that women's rights are human rights because women are human beings. In contrast, we still have to fight for the very basic notion of human rights in times in which the universal, the inalienable, the indivisible rights are actively called into question by some reactionary forces, in times when misogyny, when homophobia, when racism is so brutally reinforced. So we as Democrats have to join hands and strengthen our global movement for human rights again and again. Underline the inherent worth of each and every person and make equality a basis of all political decision-making. With the Agenda 2030, we as the international community have set ourselves ambitious yet much needed goals for a globally just world, a world without hunger and poverty, a world in which all can live in dignity without violence while respecting planetary boundaries. It was a milestone that we agreed on gender equality in SDG 5, that we have recognized that gender equality is not an add-on, but something that has to be incorporated in all political fields. Gender equality and global justice can only be achieved together with ambitious domestic and foreign feminist policies, with structural and bold thinking, and also with attention paid to fighting the climate crisis, because there's no gender equality on a dead planet. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now move on to Ms. Anita Annette Among, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Sarah Opendi, the head of delegation and member of parliament from Uganda. I bring you greetings from Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Madam Chair, I do support this statement. However, allow me to say that it's very unfortunate that 49 years since the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women was held, and state parties obliged to embody the principle of gender equality, countries are still struggling to achieve this. The Beijing Platform for Action of 1995, among others, urged governments to remove or revoke the remaining laws that discriminate against women. A number of countries have enacted the laws. However, the implementation still remains a challenge. Gender equity and gender mainstreaming are useful strategies that need to be adopted if we are to achieve gender equality. Repealing or revision of discriminatory laws is crucial for gender equality, as it promotes the necessary protection that is needed for the enforcement of women's rights. However, this is not all that governments need to do. There is need to ensure equal access to education, employment opportunities for women, ensure land ownership by women, and also health and reproductive rights. Allow me to state that it's very unfortunate that despite having the laws in place in Uganda, we have still seen sexual violence existent. The last COVID pandemic lockdown showed that 10 to 14-year-old girls' pregnancy increased by 336.5%. Education of women has a direct effect on ending poverty and improving health of the family. Women work longer hours a day, but are still paid less. The literacy rates of women and education amongst the women has improved. However, in the world today, less than 7% of the world leaders are women. And this points to one fact, that in addition to the existing legislation, we need to have the political will, which is key in achieving gender equality. In Uganda, the Constitution sets the legal framework for gender equality and states that all persons are equal before and under the law in all spheres of political, economic, social, and cultural life. The Parliament of Uganda has, since the enactment of the 1995 Constitution, enacted labor and social security laws to ensure equality between men and women. For example, the Employment Act, recently the Succession Act, which was passed by Parliament, the Domestic Violence Act, the Prohibition of FGM Act, Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act, and the Sexual Offences Bill that was passed awaiting signing by His Excellency the President. There are, however, gaps between legislation and the effective implementation of the various laws. We still have deeply rooted traditional and cultural attitudes that view women as inferior. We need to break these barriers. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to walk the talk, even here at the IPU, where since inception of this IPU in 1989, we have seen only 2 female presidents. So let us walk the talk as we move on to urge countries to embrace gender equality. We need to hold government accountable to ensure gender equity and also ensure that gender-sensitive budgeting is undertaken in our parliaments. President Nelson Mandela, as I conclude, President Nelson Mandela did say that freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all kinds of oppression. Achieving gender equality should be a responsibility of every individual, and it all starts with you. In conclusion, there is need to repeal the laws as a catalyst.
Please
but
come
most
to the end.
importantly, we need to fix the unfair systems that have suppressed the opportunities for women. Let us all be the change that we want to see in the world, as Mahatma Gandhi said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call on Ms. Edith Estrela, Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Portugal, to take the floor for her contribution.
Thank you, Madam. Dear colleagues, dear all, in essence, we are asked to answer to 3 main questions: legal, economic, and power. The latter, by its catch-all nature, may be considered both of a political and of a societal nature. The answer to them is simple. We have a long way to go. On the legal equality, we all are aware that this is not yet the reality. A case in point, Afghanistan and recent developments. And what to say about those countries where women are still now deprived of their full civic and political rights. Then we have the economic dimension. Just bear in mind that so many millions of women around the world who ensure by their hard work and abnegation their families' daily survival without access to education, health, and social security. In developed countries, the gender gap may be not so flagrant, yet it is there, although diminishing. And as to power, this is a multifaceted concept. The fact is that women, under every angle, are not yet treated as equals. That is why so many countries set quotas to ensure women's participation in public life. Yet, the power issue is not only political. It is extended to the economy, both to the public sector as well as to the private sectors and the trade unions management. In short, ensuring women's rights remains crucial and remains an unaccomplished task that we must continue to actively give our support and commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have another speaker from Bahrain. The speaker from Bahrain, the floor is yours.
شكرا سيدتي رئيسة.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you for providing me with this opportunity. But maybe my opinions differ a little bit, not in content, but rather I might disagree on what we are discussing now towards the end of the 21st century. We are talking about very important topics, issues related to climate change, gender equality, and yesterday we also spoke about that, gender equality, in another session yesterday. So yes, we do face many problems as women, and yes, I feel pain listening and seeing that discrimination between women and men. However, isn't it time to talk about solutions now? Isn't it time to look at how we can overcome those problems? Because we've been talking about those problems for many, many years. Ever since I assumed my position and ever since I started my activism as a woman, we've been talking about lack of equality and discrimination. Now, allow me, although I'm unable to go into the details because I've already mentioned that yesterday, but I will mention very quickly the experience of the Kingdom of Bahrain. We have empowered women, and now we have even moved from empowerment of women to the advancement of women. We are not talking about gender equality, but rather we are talking about parity in citizenship, how women and men can positively work towards sustainable development. Now, of course, I suffer when I see what women are going through, namely in Afghanistan lately. So here we are all responsible, and I call upon all parliaments to assume their responsibilities, to move from discussing problems to discussing solutions, because only through solutions we will be able to move towards the future, to listen to each other, to learn from each other, and to help each other, whether we're talking about women in general or minorities as well. So this is where the parliaments play a very important role, and this is where the IPUU as well takes an additional step towards moving towards a different framework, a framework that will allow us to discuss solutions by which we can solve the problems. Women are also also to be held responsible, because we are the half of the society. We raise our children, boys and girls. So we raise our children, whether boys or girls, in a way, but then later on we grow up, we become activists, and we want to change what we have instilled in our children early on. So let us start early on inside the family by raising our children with gender mainstreaming in mind, and then we will have a better future. And the Quran says God can only help those who help themselves and change. So we need to start changing inside our homes, in our nuclear families, and by doing that, our societies will change. So I hope in our next meetings, we don't talk only about problems, we don't talk only about discrimination, we don't only talk about minorities, rather we talk about the solutions, because of course these are very, very important topics, and that is why I call upon everyone to look at the Bahraini experience, not because I am from the Kingdom of Bahrain, but because I really want everyone to make use and benefit from our positive experience, because with the good governance that we have, with the good leadership we have been able to look at women as citizens, and we have the Higher Council for Women headed by or presided by the First Lady, who was able to take women from the problem situation to a place where she is an equal citizen. So if I am a Muslim woman in an Arab society coming from a Gulf country, and if I have been able to be in my position 3 times in an equal position with men, and to win all the votes, and to be the first woman in the Arab world to assume such a position, Speaker of Parliament, then I think anyone can do that. So we need to really raise our children, boys and girls, in a way that will allow us a better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your enthusiastic speech. I have the question is whether there are more comments from the floor. We have time for 2 to 3 comments from the floor. If this is the case, please announce your wish. We have the possibilities of having speakers, deputy speakers, or heads of delegation to make some comments. If this is not the case, so I would, yes, there is some, yes, there are some.
There are 2. I need to check if there are speakers or heads of delegations. Just 1 minute.
Just a minute, we try to figure out who wants to speak. So we are waiting for the names of the speakers.
Or heads of delegations.
So we ask for speakers, deputy speakers, or heads of delegation to announce if they like to speak.
Deputy speaker. Deputy speaker from Timor-Leste.
Our next speaker is Deputy Speaker from Timor-Leste. Please, you have the floor.
Can you call him?
No. No. So thank you very much. I just want to kind of not really wrap up, but I think there were two main positions. We had the strong need for legal possibilities to gain gender equalities. We need laws, definitely, everyone agrees, but we need more. And the question, in the last speech was, how do we find solutions and how do we implement that laws? Because good laws are the one thing, but implementation is the other one. And cultural advance sometimes seems to go too slow. So is it education, which again, education is the main issue maybe for countries to implement laws. So how do you, Mr. Birla, implement laws? What is the
Honorable Chairman, you rightly pointed out that to implement the laws, we need to frame a policy. Many speakers have raised topics. They all believe that their parliaments have taken steps to frame the laws, but during the COVID times, they have seen many issues. As the speaker from Bahrain has pointed out, that it is time that we implement the laws, and education is very important for that. The countries that have seen expansion of literacy and education, the ladies have gained more rights. This is, I feel, that at the level of IPU, we need to discuss how all the parliaments can take measures for women empowerment. This is my suggestion.
the way to gender equality? And is it education? How can we speed up the cultural change? We have laws, but then how do we really get to the solutions?
Thank you very much. I think for me, one of the most critical things is political goodwill. Because like you have rightly said, it's one thing to have good laws, but good laws can just remain on paper. So we need the political goodwill to implement the laws that we're making as parliaments, so that it's not left at the discretion of, say, whoever is in leadership at that particular point in time. And of course, another thing that is very, very important is change of attitude. Change of attitude is also very, very, very critical. And we know most countries will be talking about budgets. You don't need a budget to change your attitude. You just need to change an attitude and say, now this is what we are going to do. And we're also happy that this is beginning to happen, because even in countries, for example, in East Africa, I want to give the example of, say, Tanzania, where now we have a lady president. We are looking forward, we are very happy that she's going to champion some of these discriminatory laws that have worked against women. She should be able to lead now that she's in that position of the executive. Countries like even Rwanda, who have also put legislation into place, where you find that it's now leading in terms of women empowerment, women taking serious positions, and other countries that follow. So I think that political goodwill must be very, very, we must emphasize it and also have an effective judiciary. For example, if the judiciary is not going to be effective, it's not going to support those who break the law, then it's going to be a big problem, because in most of the countries, you'll find that there's a lot of impunity, with people just breaking the law left, right, and center. So we want an effective judiciary that is also going to implement and take action against those who break the law. But the most important, political goodwill and change of attitude towards the laws that we implement, so that we're able to promote the women.
Thank you very much. what is your opinion on the implementation? Because you also mentioned that implementation is so important. So we have the laws, but how do we make people to live the laws? How do we make people to accept the laws? What is necessary?
Bueno, desde el Parlamento.
Well, in the Central American Parliament, we've been working on passing legal instruments, but we haven't stopped there. Each MP in the Central American Parliament takes these legal instruments to their national assemblies in each country. The key thing here is this: education for women. The better educated that we are as women and girls, the more chances we will have to have protection socially and economically, culturally, and politically. I consider that to apply all these legal instruments regionally and nationally in different parliaments, what is needed is education. The better our education, the more chances we have to apply all these legal instruments today.
So education is one of the points. Education for girls to know their rights and powers, but also education for boys. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our discussion on the fourth motion of interactive general debates for the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament here in Vienna. We have heard many different voices and opinions on the elimination of discrimination against women and girls in the law, as well as the various paths towards gender equality. We heard examples for top-down and bottom-up approaches. We talked about awareness, for example, to make aware what is happening, how we can come to gender equality. One of the main things, as we heard, is implementation. Policy changes have to go hand in hand with the implementation, but we know there is not the one and only solution. It very much depends, and we heard that as well, on the region, the social context, the economic situation, on tradition and culture. But there were many interesting examples also given how we can change that. Certainly, a comprehensive approach to gender equality is needed. To change behavior and to change norms, traditional norms, we have to involve as many stakeholders as possible, not to forget, as we said, the boys and the men. But we have to empower women, we have to move forward fast, and we need solutions soon. And I think in the end, distinguished participants, what it is all about is freedom, the freedom for women to decide how they want to live in equality. We hope to see you again in the succeeding debates and panel discussion. This morning we have, I think, a short break of half an hour. And I have two announcements before we close the session. So the IPU and all of you are very active in the social media today, and we invite you to join the social media by using hashtag 5WCPP and tagging the IPU and Parliament of Austria in your Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn posts. And there is another thing. We have about 80 pictures taken already, only 20 more to go. So we kindly ask all speakers to pass by room 2.82 to to have their individual picture taken for the group photo montage. This time it is a montage because of COVID, as you know. But surely you want to be on the picture, on the photo, so please move to the room 2.82. So, and then I want to apologize to Syria, to the head of the delegation, because we couldn't take her anymore. So please send an intervention in writing so it can be published. Thank you very much. We end now the session number 4. Thank you. Thank you for participation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Distinguished parliamentarians, it is now time to open the fifth and final motion on the agenda. I want to let you know that the session ends at 1:45 p.m. and the session will be followed by a presentation of the IPU president on the IPU Say Yes campaign. So stay for this presentation, please. The title of this motion is Emergency Measures Imposed by the Government Must Always Be Subject to Parliamentary Approval and Regular Review. I think you will agree to me that it is a motion that is particularly significant for parliaments and their speakers, as it concerns the powers of Parliament at a time of crisis. I'm honored to be joined by the speakers of Parliament from Italy, Madagascar, and Palatino, who will open the debate on this motion. Thank you very much for being with us. Before we begin, I would like to say a few words by way of introduction. It is, of course, not the intention of anybody in this room to suggest that Parliament should ever stay aside and allow measures to be enacted by the executive branch of government. We are all fervent supporters of strong parliaments and democracy. However, we are all aware that exceptional circumstances sometimes require exceptional and extraordinary responses. The COVID-19 pandemic has proved a real-life example. Few of us would ever have expected that. And the pandemic has posed challenges to all institutions and governments, including Parliament. The underlying question that I hope we will explore during the debate on this motion is, what lessons can be drawn from this experience? What lessons can we learn from the COVID crisis? So that, and if and when the next emergency situation arises, which we don't hope, Parliament play a central role in the response. To introduce the motion, we are very fortunate to have Mr. Roberto Fico, President of the Chamber of Deputies of Italy. Welcome. We have Ms. Christine Razana Mahasoa, President of the National Assembly of Madagascar. Welcome, thank you for being with us. They both will speak in favor of the motion, and Mr. Jorge Pizarro, President of Palatino, will speak with a slightly different view. After the opening remarks, I will invite delegates to join the debate, giving priority, of course, to speakers of Parliament. I have already received indications that the speakers from the following countries and organizations will intervene in the debate: from Slovenia, from Suriname, North Macedonia, Angola, Norway, and Nigeria, as well as the heads of delegations from the United Kingdom and Hungary. In accordance with the conference rules, and you have heard that again and again, but I will say it, you know, and to allow the greatest possible participation, I will ask you to keep your presentations, your contributions to 3 minutes. As you see, there is always a lot of interest in our motions, and in this important subject is especially. If you wish afterwards to take the floor, so please raise your country's nameplate and the Secretariat will note. So without without further ado, and just straight away, we want to start the debate. And I give the floor to Mr. Roberto Fico.
Good morning to everyone. We live in an era which is marked by a succession of crises, from armed conflicts to environmental disasters to financial crisis. Last but not least, the disaster of COVID-19 pandemics. It is only natural that in situations such as these, the executives should adopt the necessary provisions. However, I'm firmly of the opinion that parliaments too must be involved in the management of emergency ever since the beginning, from the very beginning, and that they should fully exercise all their policy setting and oversight powers on the action of their respective governments in order to verify the respect of the constitutional principles and the requirements of necessity of proportionality. Even though different constitutional provisions exist, all democratic countries should respect the principle of the continuity of the parliamentary institutions, even in matters of emergency, of national emergency. And it is in these very moments that parliaments are indispensable, being representative assemblies that speak for and guarantee the rights of all citizens. And this is demonstrated by the most recent crisis. In Italy, after the great infection, it was the government who adopted measures to contain the infection, and the necessary provisions have involved the parliament. We have therefore intervened with decrees and instruments, and which were converted into laws and need to be converted into laws 6 days after, and can then be modified. Using this procedure, the emergency was managed by Parliament, and the Parliament has determined the general content and limits of the legislation introduced. Subsequently, the state of emergency itself was extended by means of ordinary legislative measures. And even during the worst periods of the infection, the in-presence activity of Parliament never ceased through the complete restructuring of spaces to guarantee the respect of health measures. And it was fundamental in these dire months for the Italian Parliament to have to see what other parliaments were doing. The information exchange networks among European and world parliaments proved invaluable to this purpose. I therefore find it symbolically very fitting that the IPU taking place here in Vienna should be the promoter of the first major in-presence international parliamentary conference, and for which I would like to express my great gratitude to the Austrian Parliament for its perfect hospitality. I firmly believe that no democracy can save itself without the solidarity and the connection with other democracies. I hope our meeting will make a renewed and decisive contribution to reinforcing this awareness among all countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I think this is a good possibility with this motion to learn, as you said, from other countries and to have this good exchange. I want to give the floor to Ms. Christine Razanama-Hasoa. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci, Madame. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Dear panelists, colleagues and speakers of Parliament, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure for me to be here before you at this 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, so that we can exchange our opinions on this particular motion. COVID-19 has not spared any country, including Madagascar. Since the very first cases were seen in March of 2020, in accordance with the Constitution, the President of the Republic became used to regularly calling the presidents of different institutions, including the Senate, the National Assembly, the Constitutional Court, to have regular discussions on the measures that needed to be implemented in the country. With regards to the Parliament, although it was difficult for them to continue their parliamentary functions, we can confirm that the role of parliamentary control did not regress. Several urgent legislative texts approving aid agreements were adopted by the government in order to respond to the emergency and effectively manage the crisis. In order to respond to the question about whether emergency measures imposed by the government must always be subject to parliamentary approval and regular review, in order to strengthen the Parliament's power to be able to better balance the powers between the executive and legislative branches, including during emergencies. This also included extending the health crisis was necessary so that Madagascar could eventually lift this crisis. Then the Parliament needed to implement legal frameworks needed for this challenge. Outside of these main functions of the Parliament, there was also the responsibility to inspect and evaluate the actions carried out by the government in their response to the crisis caused by the pandemic. The Parliament needed to monitor transparency of the management of the crisis in order to maintain public opinion's confidence in them. More than ever, the government needed to listen to its population. So by way of conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to thank all parliamentarians across the world who contributed to the continuation of democracy and monitored parliaments and governments from the beginning of the pandemic up until today. We must continue in our will to serve our countries and be the symbol of hope and the expression of the rights of our electors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this important input. Now we ask Mr. Jorge Pizarro, President of Palatino, for your speech, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would firstly like to say that on behalf of the Latin American Parliament, we are made up of 23 congresses from the Caribbean and Latin America. Our countries have various different presidential regimes, and this means there is an enormous difference between various different parliamentary systems. But firstly, all institutions of the state have a very important role to play when it comes to developing national policies. As a result, national parliaments have the most important task to carry out when it comes to building societies and coming up with policies of well-being for its population. This is why it is very important to realize that without parliaments there is no democracy. Parliaments are the expression of the will and sovereignty of our peoples. This is why parliaments have the obligation to be transparent on the decisions of the executive and to make sure that they respect the interests of the country as well as the human rights of all people. I have been asked to say something against this motion because I think it's very difficult. We all agree that all decisions that governments made must be approved by parliaments. So where can we encounter difficulties here? Well, there's a difficulty in participation of parliaments when parliamentarians, each one of us, are supposed to be representatives of our citizens. So we need to respond to their particular interests. We need to respond to the demands of our citizens, which in this globalized society is becoming increasingly focused on niche topics. So when parliaments need to respond to interests of particular groups or particular electorates, then it is only logical to realise that sometimes we are unable to make decisions. This is often called populism or demagogy. And in the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, when we are unable, for example, if we do not have enough financial resources, then we are unable to take these decisions. And this goes beyond our abilities. And of course, this generates a serious problem when it comes to managing state administration and the good use of resources. This can damage our country and our peoples. So very often, there is pressure on governments when they are unable to respond to the needs of citizens. For example, unemployment due to the crisis, the lack of education for young people when they don't have access to the internet, or the work situation of women. The pandemic has caused a lot of domestic violence, also an increase in domestic violence. We have seen the abuses by executive powers impeding on people's rights by restricting their freedom of movement, closing of borders, and restricting economic activities. All of these generated a series of social challenges that very often governments and the executive branch are unable to tackle, and parliaments have to take decisions that sometimes then cause further damage to political, social and economic stability in the country, as well as the people who experience its consequences. So, Madam Moderator, the most complicated matter is when parliaments take on populist and demagogic policies that go beyond their capacities. And this is what generates instability in our democratic processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contributions. We've seen it is very important that that parliaments function, that democracy works. Parliaments, without parliaments, there is no democracy, as you said, but that there are also difficulties in meeting, for example, in participation because of the crisis. So now let's continue the debate. Allow me to request all speakers again to keep your contributions to 3 minutes. We come now to the first speaker, who is Mr. Igor Zorzic, President of the National Assembly of Slovenia, to be followed by the Speaker of the National Assembly of Suriname. Mr. Speaker Zorzic, you have the floor.
Dear Chairperson, thank you. Dear colleagues, to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic, swift and effective action is needed. Action that can promptly adapt to the changing epidemiological situation and that is also successful. And while many governments, depending on the political system in place and the applicable laws that give governments specific powers to act in the event of a pandemic, have responded relatively quickly, opinions on the effectiveness of their response vary. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown that effectiveness in dealing with health crisis cannot be achieved only with measures, some restricting human rights, but rather and above all with the broadest possible social consensus on individual measures. Only in such way they gain legitimacy and can be deemed effective as they are complied with a large circle of addresses without any threat of repression, for example, in the form of fines. Parliaments can and must assume their share of responsibility in such regard. Measures adopted independently by a government based on its statutory powers should be discussed in Parliament, namely by the competent parliamentary working body. In this way, Parliament does not take over government tasks, but oversees its activity, giving greater legitimacy to its decisions. In Slovenia, the Communicable Diseases Act, which authorizes the government to take measures in the event of pandemic, was recently considered by the Constitutional Court. The court found the act unconstitutional as the powers it confers to the government are too general, and the act should clearly specify the measures that the government can adopt in the event of a pandemic. The act provides that National Assembly is only informed of measures taken by the government and the expert assessments delivered in such regard. In my opinion, the role of the Parliament in such case is too reduced. The government should at least inform the competent Parliament working body of the planned measures before they are adopted. By doing so, it would give the Parliament the chance to hold a substantive debate and actively participate in the adoption of the measures, and this would lead to greater legitimacy of such measures, as well as to their greater effectiveness and public acceptance. Ladies and gentlemen, let the time of COVID-19 pandemic one day be remembered as a time when parliaments and democracy became stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then how we can enforce Parliament. We come to the next speaker, Marinius B., Chairman of the National Assembly of Suriname. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the beginning of the coronavirus crisis, the government had to make decisions fast. Involving Parliament in those decisions was difficult, both because of the pace required and because assembling MPs in one place was conflicting with the government's own guidance on social distancing. Suriname is in favor of parliamentary approval and regular review on emergency measures imposed by governments based on the following reasons. Given the impact of emergency measures on fundamental rights and freedoms and on the normal function of democracy, emergency measures need to be carefully examined, matched with adequate legal safeguards and subject to close democratic inspection. We need to adopt special measures to tackle the spread of the coronavirus involving the strain of temporary restriction on certain rights and freedoms, such as freedom of movement, freedom of assembly and of association, the right to education, and the right to engage in work. Emergency powers allow the government to introduce measures that may affect fundamental rights, such as the right to liberty. These measures can only be introduced in exceptional situations and should be temporary in nature. As parliamentarians evaluate how they adapted to the pandemic, it's an opportunity to consider how to build a permanent flexibility into everyday work to ensure preparation for the next major emergency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. This is a question which we might also have to follow, is how do we prepare for a next, we hope it won't come, for a next possible emergency. We come to North Macedonia, the president of the parliament, Talat Khaveri. Please, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to inform you that the interpretation will be consecutive in Macedonian and English language.
Thank you very much.
Почитани воведничари, почитани колеги, председатели на парламенти, дами и господа. Чест ми е да ве поздравам од име на Собранието на Република Северна Македонија од мое лично име и да го образложам моето гледиште во однос на воведните излагања на почитуваните колеги за итните мерки наметнати од владите и неопходноста од нивното подложување на парламентарно одобрување и редовен преглед. Живееме во навистина вонредни услови и секојдневни предизвици кои се разликуваат по своја природа, тежина, неочекуваност и способност за ширење, прелевање и влијание врз начинот на живот и функционирање на помали или поголеми групи на граѓани на светот, или пак имаат огромна разорна моќ врз целиот свет. Тоа што не знаеме, што не очекува во секој иден час, не значи дека не треба да бидеме подготвени да реагираме и да го дадеме соодветниот одговор. Иако опасностите, предизвиците, колку и да се насетуваат, не можат до детали да се знаат, сепак е потребно да се има претходно подготвена законска основа, која ќе го даде сиот потребен легитимитет на парламентите и на парламентарците како легитимни представници на народот за носење на тешките, но неопходни одлуки.
Dear speakers, dear fellows, presidents of parliaments, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to greet you on behalf of the Assembly of the Republic of North Macedonia and my behalf and to explain my views in terms of the introductory speeches of my esteemed colleagues on the emergency measures imposed by governments and the necessity of their submission to parliamentary approval and regular review. We live in truly extraordinary circumstances and daily challenges which differ in their nature, severity, unexpectedness, and ability to spread, overflow, and influence the lifestyle and functioning of smaller or larger groups of citizens in the world, or they have an enormous destructive power over the whole world. Not knowing what to expect at any given hour does not mean that we should not be prepared to react and respond accordingly. Although the dangers, the challenges, no matter how sensed, cannot be known in detail, so it is still necessary to have a previously prepared legal basis that will provide all the necessary legitimacy to parliaments and parliamentarians as legitimate representatives of the people to make difficult but necessary decisions.
Се разбира дека пандемијата со вирусот COVID-19 не ја заобиколи ниту Република Северна Македонија, па и ние се соочивме со истите комплексни предизвици како и сите. Дополнително во 2020 година имавме предвремени парламентарни избори кои беа неопходни за нормалното функционирање на законодавниот дом, па во тој период, согласно Уставот, ингеренциите беа во рацете на председателот на државата за прогласување на воредна состојба или пак владата со усвојување на мерки за кризна состојба со една единствена цел да нема криза во функционирањето на државниот апарат со цел водење сметка за здравјето на нашите граѓани. Сепак, едно мора да ни биде јасно, а тоа е дека тие мерки не се и не смеат да бидат ниту долгорочни, ниту постојани, затоа што тоа би можело да резултира со ограничување на парламентарниот надзор, кој е пак суштински за еден здрав демократски систем. Нам ни е разбирливо ограничувањето на правото за собирање со оглед на протоколите за социјално дистанцирање, но во исто време мораме да бидеме внимателни да не дојде до злоупотреба на воредните овластувања од страна на владите, нели? Надзорната улога на парламентите мора секогаш да се има на ум, за да се запази транспарентноста, инклузивноста, а во исто време почитувањето на демократските принципи со сите права, слободи и обврски кои се есенцијален дел на тие принципи.
Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic did not bypass the Republic of North Macedonia either, so we face the same complex challenges as everyone. Furthermore, in 2020, we had early parliamentary elections that were necessary for the normal functioning of the legislature. So in that period, under the Constitution, the competencies were in the hands of the President of the state to declare a state of emergency, or the government, by adopting measures for a crisis situation with a single goal, to avoid crisis in the functioning of the state apparatus in order to take care of the health of our citizens. However, one thing must be clear to us, that these measures are not and must not be long-term or permanent, because they could result in a limitation of parliamentary oversight, which is essential for a healthy democratic system. We understand the restriction of the right to assemble, given the protocols for social distancing, but at the same time, we must be careful to avoid the abuse of the emergency competences given by the governments. Right. The oversight role of parliaments must always be borne in mind in order to preserve transparency, inclusiveness, and at the same time respect of democratic principles with all the rights, freedoms, and obligations which are an essential part of those principles.
Почитувани присутни, можеби пандемиската криза можеме да ја гледаме и како можност за воочување на слабостите кои постоеле, меѓутоа не доаѓале до израз. И во иднина да водиме сметка токму тие слаби алки, да ги зајакнеме и продолжиме напред со особен фокус на почитувањето на човековите права и слободи. Така ќе бидеме и посилни, поподготвени за идните предизвици. Ви благодарам на вниманието.
Distinguished guests, perhaps we can see the pandemic crisis also as an opportunity for identifying the weaknesses that have existed but did not come to the fore, and in the future to take into account to strengthen those particular weak links and move forward with a particular focus on respect of human rights and freedoms. This way, we will be stronger and more prepared for the future challenges. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We follow on to the Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, Mr. Fernando da Piedra Dias dos Santos.
Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, permitam-me, em primeiro lugar, saudar e congratular Vossas Excelências pela escolha e profundidade das abordagens aqui apresentadas sobre o tema as medidas de emergência impostas pelos governos devem estar sempre sujeitas à aprovação parlamentar e à revisão regular da política.
There is no doubt about moral and ethical. Hello, can you hear me? It's okay now. Okay. Pode continuar, sim, que já temos a interpretação. There is no doubt that this debate is a natural political, but above all moral and ethical, in the sense of exercising political power in a balanced way that always focus on the defense of the fundamental freedoms and the guarantees of the citizens, our voters, and the whole of a popular sovereignty. Today, the current pandemic situation and its seriousness and impact, as far as the survival of humanity is concerned, and there is no doubt that this debate has a deep approach. It obliges us more than ever to a common action of global dimension. The occurrence of emergency situation resulting from the global climate change, and in particular the COVID-19 pandemic, justify with a great equity the adoption of emergency measures by the state. Excellency, as far as Angola is concerned, although the south of the country is cyclically severely affected by the drought, it was the occurrence of the COVID-19 pandemic that for the first time determined that the Parliament had to intervene to authorize the government to declare a state of emergency. In the scope of the measure implemented for the prevention, control, and containment of public health risks to avoid the spread of the pandemic and the serious consequences associated with it, I have the honor to point out that the Constitution of the Republic of Angola establishes the requirement for a prior hearing of the National Assembly for the declaration of the state of emergency. In this particular case, the Angola National Assembly exercised its legislative role, pronouncing itself on the successive extensions of the state of emergency, highlighting the essential measure related to the prevention and control of COVID-19, which were gradually liberalized, such as the restriction on the freedom of movement and mandatory quarantine. Consequently, there was a need to amend the civil protection law to regulate the state actions in a situation of public calamity while respecting the fundamental right of the citizens. As a result of all the measures implemented, we can rejoice that, in terms of human lives, to date, Angola, with an estimated population of 33 million inhabitants, has recorded roughly to 47,000 cases, of which 43,000 have been recovered, 2,960 active, and 1,217 dams. To date, 2,003,309 doses of vaccines have been vaccinated. We appeal, however, the need for the effort to must continue to be made to ensure access to the vaccine by all countries, leaving no one behind, and the strengthening of the international mechanism for development and cooperation with a view to strengthen the resilience of national public health systems to face the crisis and they give government time for capacity building with a strategy for agility in the face of the evaluation of the disease. Finally, I reiterate our thanks for the warm welcome provided to us by the authorities of this beautiful country. I thank you for your attention. I apologize for overcome the time. Muito obrigado, estamos satisfeitos em saber que está a gostar da Áustria e sobretudo de Viena. Portanto, é sempre bem-vindo. Muito obrigado. Vamos agora ao próximo orador, é o presidente da Assembleia Nacional do Níger.
Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, colleagues, honourable parliamentarians. I would simply like to recall that urgent measures have been in line with the constitution in Niger. However, over recent years, it has been necessary to declare a state of emergency in our country. We have had to fight terror and to safeguard against the pandemic. In both cases, the government has worked on the basis of the Constitution and it has declared a state of emergency in concerned areas for a period of 3 months. When this period ended, any state of emergency needs to be approved by the National Assembly. So I've mentioned 2 situations. The National Assembly has always unanimously supported bills when necessary to extend states of emergency. It's always been considered that security and health issues transcend all divisions. Debates on these 2 issues are always carried out without being excessively politicized. So the government respects the parliamentary prerogative, submitting relevant points to the National Assembly, focusing mainly on accompaniment of the state of emergency, notably decisions to be taken to avoid paralyzing vital economic activities. Madam Chair, to finish, I would say that beyond the question of prerogatives between the government and the National Assembly, there are urgent issues for our country. We must rely on multilateralism to overcome terrorism and also to overcome the coronavirus pandemic. Thus, we must take action to ensure that vaccination is universal in all countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come now to the next speaker. It's the Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons of the United Kingdom, Madame Dame Eleanor Lane. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm very pleased to be invited to speak briefly on this particular session of of our conference because I consider this to be one of the most important sessions because it concerns what we actually do as parliamentarians to fulfill our duty to hold governments to account, and that, after all, is why we're elected. There's always, as many people have said this morning, a delicate balance between the power of the state and the freedom of the people. And effective democracy means governing by the consent of the people. This is a principle that we hold very dear in the United Kingdom. And it does mean that people have to have confidence in the laws that are being made by our parliament. So, first of all, they have to have confidence that the laws they're required to follow have been made in a fair and honest manner. And secondly, that the lawmaking process has been properly scrutinized by the elected representatives of the people. And I would suggest to the conference that these principles are more important than ever when we have all been putting it in place greater restrictions than ever before on the freedom of the individual because of the way we've had to deal with the COVID pandemic. In the UK Parliament, we have made sure that certain checkpoints have been put into the system. The Coronavirus Act 2020 was passed, and we then insisted that the Secretary of State has to produce a report every 2 months, that the House of Commons has to approve provisions every 6 months, and that a debate must be held regularly. Most importantly, we have also used secondary legislation, and I'm happy to tell you that we have debated 486 statutory instruments, that is, pieces of secondary legislation, over 51 hours of debate. So proper scrutiny has taken place of the wide-ranging provisions. And in conclusion, Madam Chairman, I would say that the use of emergency provisions does indeed reduce the opportunity for parliamentary scrutiny. The reduction in scrutiny is likely to have an impact on the quality of legislation, but that this may be justified in the very particular circumstances in which we now find ourselves, but must be used sparingly to ensure that the role of the legislature, and therefore the integrity of the legislative process, is never undermined. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It really shows how important it is to scrutinize the government and to have parliamentary debates. We come to the next speaker. It's the Deputy Speaker of Hungary, Mr. Istvan Jakab. The floor is yours, please.
Dear speakers and vice speaker, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in Hungary, cases of extraordinary legal order, special situations were originally regulated in detail in the fundamental law adopted by the Hungarian Parliament. In 5 out of the 6 special legal states, the National Assembly decrees and terminates them, or subsequently extends or approves the measures taken by the government during the special legal state. An exception to this is unexpected attack as a special situation. As in many countries, the government is entitled to order a state of emergency in Hungary, but the measures taken must be extended by Parliament, otherwise they expire after 15 days. The government declared a state of emergency at the start of the first wave on 11th of March 2020. During each wave of the pandemic, the Hungarian parliament granted the necessary authorization to government by law and extended the validity of the government's measures while reserving the right to revoke them. This is the so-called emergency brake clause. I think it is important to stress that the Hungarian legislature, in compliance with the measures for the control of the epidemic, has been continuously sitting with the physical presence of its members, in addition to the authorization given to the government, and its control functions were reinforced at the beginning of the epidemic. In the light of the experience of the epidemic, the role of Parliament was further strengthened by the amendment of the constitutional rules. Currently, a simple majority is sufficient for Parliament to take decisions, but from 2023, a qualified majority will be required for Parliament to authorize the extension of the emergency. The COVID laws also specifically require the Hungarian government to provide regular information on the state of protection in plenary, and this was done before the agenda. In plenary, when the epidemic situation arose, in order to reduce the number of times the full House had to be present to take a decision, the political groups agreed to give preference to immediate questions twice as often per week and also to interpellations, which also required a vote. It is clear, therefore, that in Hungary the government's COVID measures are limited by law and that during the special state of affairs, parliamentary control is maintained at all times, which is the basis of democratic functioning. Thank you very much for your attention.
For your contribution, we move on to the first Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, Mr. Joseph Osei Owusu. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It is a truism to state that the COVID-19 pandemic has come to stay, at least in the foreseeable future. Its impact has been devastating to the global economy, just as it's constrained the space for good governance around the world. The quest for the containment of the pandemic has scaled up the use of emergency powers by a number of governments in the world, giving rise to the widespread abuse of powers. The threat to democracy occasioned by this appears to be more catastrophic than the losses that have been experienced by humanity during the pandemic, as the world risks losing the dividends of democracy should we fail to act in unison and act fast enough. There appears to be a shrinking space of democracy as a result of the search for solutions to the pandemic, and this has been characterized in a number of countries by the excessive use of emergency powers by the executive arms of government, often reflecting in decisions taken without recourse to the legislature, in some cases without due consideration to the concerns of opposition parties, and in most cases, very repressive in their outlook. Such decisions, devoid of public inputs, do not often reflect the preference of the government. Neither do they guarantee the public choices made by them, liable to the scaling down of the standard of living of the people. Human rights abuses are inherent in this, as basic freedoms are denied the people. The use of draconian measures to impose far-reaching restrictions in certain parts of the world, the expansion of the emergency powers of certain governments around the world beyond the reasonable remit of the law, and the suppression of media freedoms to publish anything other than what is politically correct for the perspective of governments, among others, are examples of undemocratic measures taken by certain governments under the guise of fighting the pandemic through the instrumentality of the emergency powers. There is no gainsaying the fact that the emergency powers are essential in dealing with major global challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic. It is, however, for good reason that the laws of most countries require that emergency measures undertaken by governments are brought to the legislature for the ratification, particularly for extension beyond the minimal terms that the laws often grant governments to exercise. In Ghana, the imposition of restrictions legislation granted the President of the Republic to deal with the pandemic limited any emergency regulations enacted to a maximum period of 3 months in the first instance and to an extended period of only 3 more months when it is absolutely necessary. That way, Parliament retained its control of the regulatory authority of the country. In this day and age, when the Sustainable Development Goals call for inclusive approaches to ensure that development is holistic and participatory, and to ensure sustainability, fighting the pandemic cannot take a different path for improved results. Altogether, the legitimacy granted by the parliamentary approval of the use of emergency powers by governments is complemented by the implicit consent of the public to cooperate with the government in finding a lasting solution to the problem. In the light of the foregoing, it is my considered view that it's always necessary to subject the use of emergency powers by governments to the regular legislative scrutiny and reviews. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We come to the next speaker from Mali. Mali.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Spasiba, хорошо. Thank you for giving me the floor. For the people, with regard to Mali, we have similar operations to those in Niger. I would like to greet the honourable member from Niger. We work in the same way with regards to states of emergency. With regards to war, a decree can be made to declare war within 10 days. Extension of the state of war must go before Parliament. So until the government needs to put measures before the National Assembly to ratify the declaration. The President has exceptional powers under Article 50 of the Constitution. In this respect, there are a few things that need to be done. When the President exercises these exceptional powers, the Parliament continues normally. It functions normally. At the end, we evaluate how the President has used exceptional powers. The government is responsible to Parliament. I'm going to talk a bit about COVID-19. It was discussed yesterday. I would like to insist regarding the relation of rich countries to poor, fragile countries. We have problems. We cannot be indifferent to problems in fragile countries. So the Vienna Declaration should call on rich countries to put us all on an equal footing with regard to the vaccination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a last speaker from Iceland.
Yeah, thank you. I would answer the question concerned. We are discussing, obviously, with a yes, but we have to keep in mind that the executive power, a government, can have a constitutional law and lawful duty to act under certain circumstances. In the Icelandic system, it's even so that the chief medical health officer, he can unilaterally take some measures in a situation of extreme risk. But of course, he then has to get consent from the Minister of Health and government from Parliament. Now, if we are in a parliamentary-based system where a government normally has to have a majority backing or at least be tolerated by Parliament, obviously this should be avoided at all costs, that governments take the extraordinary powers into their hands. And what Parliament can do is to strictly limit, both in subject and time, what actions government can take without a formal approval of Parliament. In Iceland, we were successful in keeping the Parliament up and running. This was mentioned yesterday by both our President and the General Secretary, how important that has been in this pandemic. That, for instance, in our case, meant that the Minister of Health could every other week report to Parliament on the situation in the pandemic. So one could say that the first duty of a Parliament in a crisis situation is to secure its own operations, make sure that Parliament is open and up and running. Then the democratic aspect, of course, should not be overlooked. The fact that members of Parliament, well, let's hope so, are directly and fairly and democratically elected by the people, obviously to leave as much power in their hands as possible is likely to limit the risk of a gap between society and the authorities. But finally, I think, and what is the biggest risk here, I think, is that parliaments give in to pressures in extreme situations and grant the authorities, executive powers, extraordinary rights. And that, of course, should be avoided at all costs. We saw some quite worrying tendencies towards that direction in the beginning of the pandemic. I'm not going to mention names, obviously. But I think we should, in light of what since has happened, and that we are now 1.5 years into this situation, how important it is not to lose its nerves and give in to pressure. So Parliament should stand in their own rights and secure their own operations and avoid at all costs to grant the executive power extraordinary powers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It raises up a really important question. So how can we manage, how can parliaments manage really to meet and to follow their work? But also on the other hand, how can the balance be between parliaments and governments when there are emergency situations? So I can't see any more contributions. It also raised the question, I think that this motion is really a very important one, and it was said before. We learned a lot of interesting examples from different countries, and this came up as well, that this is important to have this exchange because there are good ideas among you, so one can learn. And that it is our or it's the parliament's duties to hold governments account and to scrutinize them. And what certainly is needed is transparency. Transparency because the people have to accept the laws. So this is a very important point as well. I think that parliaments have to be prepared for emergency measures. So I think we have certainly had a lesson to learn with the COVID-19 crisis. And I ask you also on the panel, what are your final remarks? And learning about this crisis and the pandemic, parliaments usually are only prepared for war situations in their in the laws, but not for a crisis we just had, the corona crisis. But there are lots of concerns about the climate change and the difficult situations we face this summer, for example. So how can parliaments prepare also for the unforeseeable? What about blackouts? What about things that really give huge problems to Parliament, to the government, to all international organizations? So what are the measures that you really have to look for and which you really have to take to be prepared for emergencies like the one we just had, but also for the future? So what do you take from the discussion, Mr. Fico, please?
Sì, io credo che nel nostro
I believe that in our the principles and fundamental values which allow us and enable us to face these emergencies. Parliaments in this phase have anyways always had and need to have a central role, because this is where the debate takes place. This is where the main orientation and control of legislation takes place. Therefore, we must keep parliaments at the very center of everything. We need to reinforce them, to strengthen them. And we have learned much in this period of time. So now we can face, both at a government and parliamentary level, these emergency situations in a way that is doubtlessly more streamlined, better, and faster.
Would you like to comment, have a final remark?
Yes, thank you very much. I believe that this checks and balance of parliaments is absolutely essential, particularly in this sort of situation and in situations of crises like this. And this is where we see the element of complementarity. There are crises that require solutions, and that in itself requires a balance of powers between the legislative and the executive branches, because here each institution will ensure and fulfill their roles in order to obtain an effective result.
I also ask you for the remark, and the question is, you said it's difficult sometimes to meet, so how can you face that as well?
Okay. Bien.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all my colleagues for their contributions to this debate. And in accordance with all the various different realities we are experiencing in our countries, there is one common denominator. Practically all of us, without exception, have referred to the risks that states of emergency can bring about, particularly for the executive branch. And the fundamental risk here is the abuse of this checks and balance. And this abuse that can result in authoritarianism and the restrictions of the freedoms of citizens beyond the limits established in our own respective constitutions. And yet, this is where Congresses have an essential role to play when it comes to transparency and legislation, particularly for the health emergency status. Here we are looking at material, financial, and technical resources. The process of vaccination, for example, in Latin American countries, has been very complex because of the lack of trust that has been generated, because a lot of people have been focused on to receive the vaccine first, and this has caused greater disparities within society. Another topic that I would like to thank my Macedonian colleague for mentioning is something that we share here in Latin America. They said that the pandemic stripped bare the weaknesses of our societies. And in Latin American societies, the pandemic stripped bare the tremendous inequalities, social, political, and economic, as well as cultural inequalities that exist in our societies. This is why, dear moderator, I would like to ask a question that many of you asked here. What should we do? What role do congresses play in order to try and fill this gap, bridge the gap rather? Sustainable development, trying to achieve high-quality jobs, ending discrimination that women experience in the work environment. How can we have a better quality of life for people? Parliaments and congresses are able to help define public state policies that can live up to the challenges of poverty, education, health, and sustainable development and growth. Because this is something that needs to be done in the medium to long term and not in the next elections. This is why it is the responsibility of all governments to develop these public policies. This is where I think that we can really play a significant role. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I want to thank you here on the panel for your presentations, for your thoughts, and I want to thank you all also for being here and taking part in the discussion. I think we learned a lot from the different countries, and I think we have to prepare, unfortunately, for emergencies like this. We come to the end of this session. I close this session, and before we break for lunch, I want to I just have a look whether he's here. Yes. Thank you very much. I want to invite now Mr. Durate Bakeo, the President of the IPU, and Ms. Zahara Al-Bassar, President of the IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians, for the special presentation of the new IPU I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament campaign, a very important campaign. And just one notice for speakers of parliament who will participate in the IAIA luncheon. At the end of the next session at 1 p.m., please go to the meeting point outside the main entrance to the conference center. Assistants will wait there for you outside the entrance and will accompany you to the venue of the luncheon. I tell you, it's not easy to find on your own. It's not possible to find it on your own. So thank you very much. And now we have the presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know how you're doing it today. Thank you.
honorable speakers of parliament, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here with you and with Mrs. Sara Albazar, President of IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians, for a special moment. The campaign, the new campaign, I say yes to youth in Parliament. This is important for all of us because, as you know, dear colleagues, the next decade maybe will be one of the most important of the history of humanity. The challenge are so huge, not just with the recovery from this pandemic, but with climate change, about the gap of poverty, inequality that is bigger and bigger year after year, that the decisions we will take today will affect their future. And that's why it's so important to have the participation of youth in the decisions we are taking. In 2010, we adopted an IPU resolution on youth in democratic process to change this 10 years ago. But a lot of things we should do more and more because it was not enough. It is essential that this participation of young people in politics and also inside our parliaments, because what we are showing is the growth of abstention in many countries. And young people abstain because they are not believing that their ideas, their participation counts. But it counts. But this is in our hands to show that to them. And so, this campaign is about opening up the decision-making table to the voice of youth, because they have different aspirations, different ways to look at reality. And this is what we are here to do. It is about saying yes to young people. This is about saying yes to the young people in politics. We should do it not because of us, because of our children, because of our grandchildren. Thank you so much for everything you are doing now at the presidency of Forum of Young Parliamentarians. And you know, I said to you yesterday, you can count with all bodies of the IPU to achieve the success of your mandate, because the success of your mandate will be the success of IPU as well. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, honorable speakers of parliament, distinguished parliamentarians, dear colleagues. I am honored to be with you today alongside the IPU president to speak on behalf of the young MPs. As the president said, the IPU has achieved a lot since 2010 resolution on youth. 10 years ago, there were no statistics on ages of young MPs and how parliaments engage with youth. Today, we have data from hundreds of chambers of parliament. 10 years ago, there were no global platforms for young MPs to meet. Today, we have the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, which I'm honored to lead. 10 years ago, there were very little policy guidance on opening up parliaments to youth and training young MPs. Today, we have a comprehensive program to meet these needs. We have laid a robust infrastructure for youth empowerment. We have the data, we have the networks, we have the technical expertise and clear goals. What we still need is the fuel, the political will to bring everything together. And this is what the campaign is all about. And this is why your support as speakers of parliament is so important. As a voice of young people, I can tell you that we want to work with senior politicians to tackle critical problems we all face. We want to stand shoulder to shoulder in addressing common challenges with all generations. But we need more of us to be let in. Time is running. Our future is at stake. I invite you all to say yes to youth in parliaments and be the change that we are calling for. I am pleased to present a short video that will represent our voices and explain more about the campaign.
The world is changing. The pandemic, the climate emergency, and new technology present great challenges to politicians everywhere.
Political decisions taken today and tomorrow will change the world for centuries to come.
Yet right now, these decisions are being made without adequate participation of young parliamentarians.
Half of the world's population is under 30, yet they are represented by only 2.6% of the world's elected parliamentarians.
لم يكن العمل معا أكثر أهمية من أي وقت مضى.
Yet they are missing out the voice and expertise of the younger generations.
There is so much talent and energy out there, but too many young men and women feel excluded from politics.
To be truly representative and to foster democracy and long-term prosperity, change is needed from inside parliaments. That's why the IPU has launched a new campaign called I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament.
Nous demandons à tous les parlementaires de prendre des mesures transformatrices en disant
yes to promoting youth quotas. Yes to legislating to align the age of eligibility for parliamentary office with that of voting. Yes to supporting channels for youth perspectives in Parliament. Yes to empowering young parliamentarians already in office. Yes to mentoring young aspirants to political office. And lastly, yes to advocating for the I Say Yes campaign in my parliament, for others to join the movement.
By taking action to get more young men and women into parliament, we, MPs of all ages, can leave the ultimate legacy, securing the future of democracy.
Say yes today.
قل نعم اليوم.
Say yes today. Take the pledge.
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 Honorable speakers of Parliament and dear colleagues, there you have it. Youth quotas, lowering ages of eligibility, youth channels in Parliament, empowering young MPs, mentoring young aspirants, and promoting youth participation. These are the 6 keys that will lead to transformative change that we are seeking. Today, we are calling on you. Take the pledge with us and join our movement. As speakers of Parliament, your leadership can make all the difference, bridging the words of the resolution of 2010 to reality. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Honorable speakers and dear colleagues. This campaign is not just for young people. It's for all of us. Speakers of Parliament, leaders of political parties, MPs, people that can make the difference, that can make influence in our political society. And so, I understand that the first step is this is the most difficult. After it, the things will run. I will invite you, all of you, to join me in this campaign, saying yes to youth in Parliament and signing up this campaign. Outside, we have a booth, just outside this room. It's possible to sign it there. If you have time, please do it. If you don't have time to do it now, later this afternoon. But you can do it also at home. So, please, say yes to youth in Parliament. I saw that our colleague, Speaker of Bahrain, has already did it. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. So, we will see how may we do it at home, inside in our own countries. May we watch the video, please? So it is so easy to do it. But just if we all and many of our colleagues inside our own parliaments do it, we will achieve the success we wish. Please do it, because the future is not for us, the future is for the young people, and so we need to have more participation of young people inside our own parliaments. Say yes to youth in parliaments is essential, not to IPU, but to the society we are here representing. Thank you for coming to this moment, important moment. And now we will have another important moment, the lunch break. Please enjoy, and we come after it to the final moment of the closing section of our meeting. Thank you so much. and Mr. Speakers, we are back to our closing ceremony. Thank you so much. Is it possible to ask your comprehension to take your places? Please, to go, to continue our work and to finish our conference. Thank you so much to be here, to resist these 3 days of hard work. And we have reports from the different panels and also a final declaration to be presented to all of you. And so I will ask our colleagues from different countries that are reported from the different panels to present the conclusions. And this way, I will begin to give the stage to the speaker Stephanie Does from Belgium as a reporter on panel 1, towards a new global society, social compact for gender equality. Madam Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker of the Austrian National Council, Mr. Speaker of the Austrian Federal Council, Mr. President-elect of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, dear Speakers of Parliament, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be presenting the results of the first panel discussion. The theme of the panel, Towards a New Global Compact for Gender Equality, helped identifying the transformative agenda needed to promote gender equality by triggering reflections and good practices. During the events, speakers dove deeper into what gender equality entails. And we looked at 3 aspects of equality, namely legal equality, economic equality, and power equality. Legal equality allowed us to reflect on whether our laws grant women and men equal standing. We looked at what values guide the legal frameworks of the community we live in. And we found out that there are good practices on how legislation has been used to bridge the gender gap, like in Benin. In Benin, a law 30% of their national budget to the education of girls, sending 80% of girls to school through microcredits. In Norway, a landmark law was introduced to hire 30% of board members in all publicly owned and listed companies to be women. While, of course, dear colleagues, there are good practices, we recognize that in many countries there is a big gap between what the law says and, of course, what is being practiced. Thus, as lawmakers, we must be very vigilant in ensuring gender equality are properly carried out. We must have mechanisms that monitor the implementation of these laws and that identify how they can be improved. Next, through economic equality, we looked at where the money goes and if the budgetary resources benefit all equally. We asked ourselves what it will take to ensure that women and men have equal access to social protection and equal pay. It is agreed that no country can achieve its full potential without the equal participation of women and men in the economy. In the most recent Women, Business and Law study by the World Bank Gender Group, they found out that only 44 economies have paid parental leave. Paid parental leave and similar policies are linked to more women remaining in the workforce. leave their jobs because of the higher burden of domestic work due to the pandemic, reforms that ensure economic equality of opportunity. Even at times of crisis. This must be grounded on full equality between men and women in all areas of life that pursues equal outcomes, benefits and services adapted to everyone's needs. We count on your strong support in this agenda, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Now, from panel 2, mitigating the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on democracy, we'll have the floor our friend, the speaker, Alex Krupschep from Switzerland. Mr. Speaker.
Herr Präsident, meine sehr verehrten Präsidentinnen und Präsidenten der Parlamente, sehr verehrte Damen und Herren! Es ist mir eine Freude, über die gestrige Podiumsdiskussion zu berichten, an der 15 Parlamentarierinnen und Parlamentarier und Präsidentinnen und Präsidenten teilgenommen haben. Seit nunmehr fast 2 Jahren wird unser Alltag von einer Pandemie beherrscht. Doch Covid-19.
It is a pleasure for me to report back to you from yesterday's panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. For almost 2 years, the pandemic has plagued the world. Many limitations had to be introduced to protect our citizens. In a democracy, citizens are used to have their say, to participate. But all of a sudden, decisions had to be taken top-down without involving them. In many places, people understood that this was necessary, at least at first. Rules were clear and were applied to everyone equally. In a second phase, the understanding for these limitations decreased. Some even questioned the rule of law of these protective measures and their democratic legitimacy. In our debate, we pointed out that it was very important for parliaments not to stop the work during the pandemic. Many parliaments introduced new methods of online work in order to be able to convene, and these new means will also be used or can also be used after the end of the pandemic. In some countries, the legislative activity even increased because many laws had to be passed. And the members of parliament had many questions to their governments about how they reacted to the pandemic. However, the pandemic also shed a new light on many issues. When parliaments had to decide on quite radical measures such as restricting freedom of movement, very often simple majority was applied. In our debate, participants said that a simple majority is not sufficient for these kinds of decisions in order to ensure acceptance in our populations. Parliament should consider whether for measures that restrict fundamental rights or depart from them, a two-thirds majority should be used, as is used and necessary also for changes to our constitutions. Countering the pandemic at the same time also introduced new discussions. Many doubts were raised. Those who want to make use of social differences saw their chances by spreading misinformation about the virus in social media, to give an example. Finding appropriate responses to these challenges while ensuring freedom of expression and avoiding new threats and risks is difficult. However, these threats did not just start and come about with the pandemic. On the contrary, the pandemic furthered or increased risks that had been existing before. It made inequalities worse. It did not invent them. We have to look for the root causes for the decrease in public confidence. Dear colleagues, more than ever before, having debates about our democratic culture, these aspects are more important than ever before, and we have to continue along this way. We have to try and find ways to protect our democratic systems also in times of crisis. Thank you for your attention, and please stay healthy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Now, we will go to the report from panel 3, the post-pandemic recovery, transforming the economy to combat climate change and promote sustainable development. Speaker Esperança Dias, from Moçambique. Senhora Presidente, com muito prazer, tem a palavra.
Thank you very much. To my declaration about the panel 3, about the post-recovery. The panel was moderated by Dame Eleanor Lang, Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons, and it counted with the participation of the speakers of the Mozambique Parliament, and with the experts from the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact, and the experts from the International Fund for Agricultural Development. The interventions were made by speakers and heads of delegation of Austria, Guyana, Italy, Japan, Vietnam, Zimbabwe, Iceland, Dominican Republic, Madagascar, Uzbekistan, Bolivia, Spain, Syria, Arabic Republic, and Algeria. Climate change is threatening progress on sustainable development, and the COVID-19 has posed an additional set of challenges. The panel has discussed key parliamentary action that can be taken to facilitate the transformation of economic system so that the climate and development commitment linked to the Paris Agreement and the sustainable development goals are met. Uh, Following the silent points emerged, we had this discussion. Severe economic setbacks caused by the coronavirus pandemic and the impacts of the climate change are a challenge to sustainable development. All countries are facing uh, concurrent health, climate, and ecological crises, which are interconnected and mutually reinforcing. Climate change and a sustainable exploitation of the environment has led to increased risk of zoonotic disease and pandemics, water scarcity, and extreme weather events with far-reaching consequences in the terms of food insecurity, population displacement, and conflict. The SDGs, a framework for inclusive and sustainable policy, and should be the base. They should be the basis for COVID recovery strategies, so as to address persisting inequalities and leave no one behind. The Paris Agreement further provides common objectives to address climate change, but national ratification and domestication, as well as international cooperation and national solidarity, are required to fulfill global commitments. Parliaments have a key role to play in ensuring the SDGs implementation through legislation and oversight, and they can also play a fundamental role in attaining the goals of the Paris Agreement. Dear colleagues, the other issue was raised is that the challenge posed by the COVID-19 pandemic must be transformed in opportunity for thinking strategically and building a more resilient world. Aligning investment for healthy people and healthy planet and transitioning towards a green economy is a stimulus for growth rather than a constraint. The consequences of this triple planetary crisis are not equally distributed, and redistribution of growth is paramount. Particular attention needs to be paid to social inclusion as the consequence of climate change and of the COVID-19 pandemic disproportionately affects vulnerable populations. Inclusion is also supported by economic arguments to expand and diversify markets. Innovation is a key factor for embracing circular economies and transitioning towards low carbon and low neutral societies. This innovation can be promoted through education, investment in young generation, and policies supporting research and application of new technologies. We need to act with nature and adopt technologies based on nature as a way to address climate change and build resilient societies and communities. The knowledge sharing and the multi-stakeholder collaboration can further contribute to building human and institutional capacities. Climate change is the most pressing issue of our times. The clock is ticking, and there is a need to take urgent action to avoid an irreversible crisis. A decade is left to deliver on the global goals and the Paris Agreement. The upcoming COP26 meeting must deliver in providing solutions from a global perspective, including addressing the issue of financing the fight against climate change and articulating the nexus between the climate change, sustainable development, and peace, but keeping in mind the diversity of contexts of the countries. The IPU, together with the member parliaments, continue to provide a platform to ensure a parliamentary dimension of climate negotiations. For, to all of you, thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Panel 4, Parliament's openness, transparency, and accessibility versus security. How to strike a balance. We'll have the floor as a reporter, the speaker, Mrs. Yawa II from Togo. Madam Speaker, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents du Parlement, Monsieur le Président de l'UIP.
Thank you, President of the IPU, colleagues, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure to host Chair Panel 4. Now, it is a pleasure to speak to you on the occasion of the closing of this conference. The opening debate on transparency of parliaments faced with security issues led to an interesting debate on the basic question. How can we find a good balance? Parliaments and parliamentarians have been trying to have a dialogue with electors, with the electorate, especially even during the pandemic. We've seen to what stage parliaments have had to adapt to the conditions in this health emergency. Rules have been brought in to work in a hybrid format. Ultimately, the pandemic has pushed the accelerator for our institutions and our parliaments. We have become increasingly digital in our way of working. Dialogue with citizens presupposes transparency. The panelists found that transparency is a vital priority, and also links between parliaments and citizens are now being transformed into the digital age. Parliaments must be a model of transparency. Some participants also called for more direct democracy, increased involvement of the population in decision-making in policy terms. They also mentioned the importance of effective laws to allow citizens to have access to information held by the state. However, openness has advantages. Nonetheless, there are disadvantages. Firstly, there is a security risk, institutionally and also in terms of parliaments. To mitigate this risk, particularly in countries hit by terror attacks, we need to strengthen security around parliaments and for parliamentarians themselves. We need to find solutions to bring people, the people, closer to the work of Parliament. So on TV and radio, it's possible to see recordings of parliamentarians to ensure that the public is well aware of the work that's going on and there's a closer link. Balance. We have a duty to be transparent and open in parliaments. We have to ensure that parliamentarians are safe, and it's a delicate balance. This means physical security and also protection of digital devices and the fight against criminality. And there was unanimity on the final point. Our institutions are lagging behind cybercriminals. We are all facing the same challenge. Our laws are not up to date enough to combat cybercrime. We need to change them to make them more effective. As parliamentarians and as parliamentary speakers, we need to increase our digital skills and the digital capacities of our institutions. Our debate covered the risks of misinformation. This is ultimately more harmful for our societies than the current pandemic even. Social media were mentioned. They help propagate fake news. Various people suggested that we should strengthen our legislation and also through increased transparency and better digital education. There was agreement that new laws to repress misinformation should be well thought through. A bad strategy could make the initial problem worse. Finally, we also discussed the fact that parliamentarians are increasingly victims of intimidation outside Parliament. Furthermore, there was unanimity in saying that all hate speech must be firmly condemned. The right to freedom of expression is not absolute, and in any case, it should not permit words of hate. There are various principles that must be respected. So we must look to. So we have a responsibility as Speakers of Parliaments. We must combat this kind of hate speech and put an end to it. The debate has barely started. I'm sure there's much more to say. We'll continue soon. Thank you very much for listening.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. C'est un plaisir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
I will give the floor to the IPU Secretary General to make some remarks on parliaments and MPs that are in danger. This is our reality. We have parliaments and a lot of colleagues that are in danger. Please, Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just want quickly to come back to the issue of parliamentarians whose lives and integrity are being threatened across the world. And I want to focus on the situation in Afghanistan, which has been unfolding in the past several weeks. Reference was made yesterday to the dire situation of Afghans following recent developments in the country, and in particular, the situation of women parliamentarians. Mr. President, when the current crisis started in Afghanistan, you and I sent letters to all the speakers of the world's parliaments, alerting them to the very dire situation in Afghanistan and encouraging them to do whatever was in their power to ensure that humanitarian assistance was extended to the Afghan people, especially the members of parliament and women parliamentarians who were very much at risk. It has come to our attention that many countries have taken action to welcome Afghan refugees following the current crisis in the country. Yesterday, when I was moderating the opening session of this conference, I did refer to a number of countries that we knew had taken on that added burden of accommodating refugees from Afghanistan. My list was not complete. Maybe I was very nervous when I was addressing you yesterday. I did omit a number of countries that have provided important support to Afghan refugees, and I just want to mention those countries here because we would like this to go down in the records of this conference. And I would like to use the opportunity to once again, on behalf of myself and the President, to encourage you all to take action in order to continue to provide humanitarian assistance to the Afghans who are in a very difficult situation. So the countries that we know at this particular stage have been providing such support are Albania, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, France, Germany, India, Iran, Mexico, Pakistan, Qatar, Turkey, Uganda, United Kingdom, United States of America, Uruguay, and Uzbekistan. We do know that there are many others that have not been brought to our attention. And if there are any people in this room whose countries have been providing assistance to the Afghan refugees, they should raise their nameplates and we will take note of their... So, yes, we have Bahrain. We have Bahrain in the list. Bahrain. Oh, sorry, Bahrain is not on the list. We didn't include Bahrain. They're on the list. Who else? Iceland?
Portugal.
Portugal? Who else? Ireland?
Rwanda.
Rwanda. Yeah, just read your name, country name. United Arab Emirates.
North Macedonia.
Sorry, North Macedonia.
Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
Iraq. Iraq.
It's impossible to read.
Please, just read.
Is it impossible to read from here? Sorry.
It's impossible to read from here. Just say the name of your country.
Ukraine.
Dominican Republic.
Dominican Republic, very good.
Ukraine.
Ukraine. Okay, thank you very much. If there are any other countries whom we have forgotten. Thank you very much. If there are other countries that we have omitted from this list, please just indicate that to my colleagues and we will publish this list as a record of the proceedings of this conference. And we do encourage you to continue to display and demonstrate solidarity with the people of Afghanistan, but with other people around the world who are in difficulty, just as the Afghan people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. And I urge also not just this idea to be as a principle, but with a concrete action. Our colleagues that came to Vienna needs to understand what will be their future right now. And so maybe some of you can help them to understand what will be the future tomorrow, because it will not, they don't know exactly what will happen after the finish of our meeting. And now I will give the floor to the reporter from panel 5 that talks about Parliament and global governance, the unfinished agenda, never finished, yes. The speaker from Ireland, our friend Jean Offair Gill. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. President, that name always causes problems, I have to say. I'm very honoured, distinguished members, to be here representing Andreas Norlin, who presided over the 5th session, which was entitled Parliaments and Global Governance, the Unfinished Agenda. And I'm also conscious in doing this that while I'm short of stature, I'm also short in my synopsis. The session was moderated, as I said, by the Speaker of Sweden, and there were 4 panelists who provided their perspectives on the important issues. Ms. Beatrice Argenom, President of the Senate of Uruguay, Mr. Nico Schrijver, Professor of International Law at Leiden University and a former Senator of the Netherlands, member of the IPU Executive Committee, and Ambassador Kirsty Anderson, Permanent Representative of Norway to the UN in Vienna, and myself, President or Speaker of the Lower House of Parliament in Dublin. In our session, members, there was a good discussion on how parliaments may better engage on international issues to reflect the perspectives of their citizens. We acknowledged that the debates at the UN on behalf of we the peoples are conducted by our ambassadors, who are in fact able representatives of the executive branch of government. However, there was overwhelming agreement on the importance and need to integrate members of parliament in processes of global governance. And having heard reference quite rightly made to Afghanistan, it was particularly poignant that that session heard a submission from the government in exile, or the parliament in exile, of Myanmar. And we took the opportunity to extend our very, very best wishes to that parliament in exile, to the people of Myanmar, and indeed to the Rohingya people, that they may move rapidly towards a solution to what has been a very difficult problem. Global problems, as we know, require global solutions, and we heard much support for greater cooperation and coordination on international universal problems, such as this pandemic, the climate crisis, and how to ensure we deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. And our distinguished contributor from India highlighted the responsibilities that rest on us in the developed world to support those people in less well-off countries, to ensure and to aggressively, I would say, ensure that they receive the vaccinations which they so urgently require. I consider myself privileged to come from Ireland, where 83% of the population over 12 years of age have been vaccinated. We all must do more to ensure that the less developed countries get the essential support that they need. We heard many times over from speakers who expressed their overwhelming agreement for strengthening the work of the IPU in support of its member parliaments to engage in these issues and the desire to seek additional ways to integrate parliamentary perspective at the United Nations. And in his presentation, Professor Schrijver noted that global governance is indeed a long journey, and it is all the stronger when it is supported by the people who are represented by their members of parliament. He proposed a more institutionalized engagement of parliamentarians in global governance, possibly through a UN parliamentary association comprised of representatives from each parliament. His proposal, though interesting to many, was discussed, and from it, the essential role of the IPU in elevating parliamentary perspectives in the process of global governance emerged. Political isolation serves no one well, least of all the people that we are all privileged to represent. Mr. President, It is fair to conclude from our discussion that many of us here would like to continue to build on our efforts, hand in hand with the IPU, and further work towards finding enhanced opportunities to engage as our people's representatives at home and internationally, and in building a more peaceful, a more equitable, and a more inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. We need to work because our work never will finish. Now, we will go to the declaration, final declaration of our meeting, of this conference. And so I will invite, representing the members of the PrepCom, I will invite Speaker Beatriz Argimon from Uruguay to present our final declaration.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queridos presidentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear speakers, this general debate, interactive sessions over the last few days have covered various key points about the current world. So this document brings together what we've discussed this week. It suggests concrete ways to show real leadership, strengthening multilateralism, promoting peace and security, reinvigorating sustainable development. This was written taking into account the inputs from the preparatory committee, and over the last 6 months it's been meeting regularly, remotely. So the membership was able to offer comments. There were 12 suggestions from members for changes and no more, which made us think that we can now see this as a consensus document that can be adopted today. So it was inevitable that it should take this form. Various crises at the same time, including COVID-19 and the climate crisis, have shaped this. Around the world, our institutions have been threatened. So, we are trying to present our response to the crises and to offer a foundation for building something better for the future. We firmly believe that effective multilateralism is the primary mechanism for achieving our aims. One of the key points of the work of the IPU is to recover from these crises, and we are focusing on the situation of women and girls. This declaration calls for a new global pact on gender issues. We need to protect women and ensure their full and effective participation in all areas of society. Likewise, we must recognize the impact that these crises have had on young people. The first step towards a better future for children is in our hands. So thus, we must say yes to participation of youth in Parliament. In the declaration, we recognize that we must protect established norms of peace, development, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. We must kickstart our quest to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, primarily by pursuing an inclusive and fair economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. We acknowledge that no one will be safe from COVID-19 until everyone is safe, and reiterate our support for global collaboration on health matters overseen by the World Health Organization to ensure that we are far better prepared in the event of another pandemic. To that end, we support work done by the WHO towards the establishment of a global health charter guaranteeing health security for the whole population of the world. We reiterate our support for a fair, open, inclusive, transparent, and non-discriminatory rules-based multilateral trading system with the World Trade Organization at its core. The digital economy will be a key component of the economic recovery, and we must take steps to address the digital gap and develop core digital infrastructure. We remain convinced of the compelling need to tackle the climate emergency and express our strong support for an ambitious and collaborative outcome from COP26 in Glasgow later this year. We stress the need for preventive strategies to mitigate climate risks and enhance resilience, especially for the most vulnerable and marginalized populations. We encourage our governments to take people-centered measures to restore the public trust that has been eroded during the pandemic. We acknowledge that after successive crises, our democracies are in dire need of rejuvenation. We encourage parliaments to continue to innovate and expand the use of digital technologies in their work. More generally, we call on the global community to come together and establish a multilateral framework to regulate the use of digital technologies. And we reaffirm the key role of multilateralism with the UN at its core and the IPU as the mechanism to bring parliaments and parliamentarians together on major international global processes and commitments. So please support this declaration. Thank you.
Argimon. Dear colleagues, this declaration was prepared for a long time with the members of the PrepCom, prepared by the Secretariat, that absorb the ideas of the members of the PrepCom. Then it was shared to all of you to receive possible amendments. And after it, we had a second text that tried to incorporate the suggestions received until the end of the day that was in our roadmap, because it is impossible to continue until today. And this is the procedure that the PrepCom decided have to prepare this text. I believe that is a strong one. Will not be the text that a country A, B, or C will do if there is only their own personal position, of course, because we try to build a text that will have the consensus that more than 100 delegations that are inside our room. Maybe if there is a text written just by the Portuguese delegation, will not be that one. As I imagine that it may happen with all of you. But if we try to get a consensus, we need to understand that position. But it's a strong one. And now I will give the floor to the Secretary General to complete what I try to explain, the way we do it before we adopt it.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think you've said it all. This has been a very inclusive approach to preparing a high-level declaration with which we do believe the vast majority of parliaments in the world identify today. It does, as the rapporteur said when she presented a report, that it does reflect the global issues that are on the agenda, the parliamentary agenda. It does respect the resolve that you want to take with you in order to implement parliamentary action in order to help address the issues that you have identified. Mr. President, distinguished members, normally this declaration is adopted by consensus, which means that we all give it our backing. But of course, we do all understand the challenges we face in order to aggregate the diverse interests of all of you and to get a text that has 100% backing from you. What I do understand is that currently there is no objection to the declaration that is before you. A number of countries have come and expressed reservations regarding some wording or notions or concepts that are contained in the declaration. And because you are a democratic institution, you are duty-bound to take note of these reservations without it diluting the value of the declaration that is before you. Just for the record of this conference, I would like to indicate that we have received reservations from the delegation of Turkey in respect of paragraph 4 on gender equality and paragraph 12 in respect of climate change. Turkey explains that they agree generally with the resolution, but they have a slightly different interpretation of what we mean by gender equality. In their view, gender equality is interpreted as equal opportunity between women and men, and they would have seen that type of language reflected in the resolution, in the declaration. They also mention in respect of paragraph 12 that when it comes to climate change, there is not yet a consensus on what the how climate change impacts on the instability in the world that we know today, and whether we believe that only climate change is responsible for the instability and conflict that the world knows today. So this is well taken note of by Turkey. They have given an extensive explanation of their reservations. Then we have a number of countries that have expressed reservations regarding certain concepts that are in the declaration. One with regard to people-centered measures in paragraph 13, and global community with a shared future for humankind, paragraph 17. These are concepts that were discussed at length in the preparatory committee, and the preparatory committee accepted to include them in the draft resolution. But once again, you are duty-bound to take note of the reservations expressed by the delegations of Belgium, Denmark, France, Germany, Hungary, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland. So this will be properly noted in the records of the conference and also in the draft declaration. Lastly, Mr. President, we have a specific situation of a country whose speakers have not participated in the process of preparing this declaration, and that is the Netherlands. The speakers of both houses have indicated that according to their constitutional setup, they are not allowed to participate in deliberations that have a political connotation, as is the case with this declaration. They have not objected to it, but they have simply said that they are not participating in the deliberations on the draft declaration. This is taken note of and will be reflected in the records of the conference. Mr. President, that is all we have in respect of feedback regarding the declaration. You may now, if I do understand that you have the vast majority of parliaments present, all delegations here that back this declaration, Mr. President, you may now wish to call on your colleagues to formally adopt this declaration as the outcome of your conference, with the understanding that they are committed to going back home to actually implement action that will give life to this declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I believe that is a strong declaration. It represents the results of our intensive work, and not ours, your intensive work, may I say. And so I will ask with that reservation that will not affect the essential of the declaration, but small aspects of the text. I will ask if we can adopt the declaration by applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. So the declaration is adopted, and it will represent the outcome of our conference. And we will be sent to all of you the final text, and please try to implement it in your own countries. But also, we will send it to the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. And because we collaborate together, and we wish that will be a contribute to the work of United Nations as well. And because of it, but especially because the links between IPU and the United Nations are so strong, and we are working together also in this meeting, I will give the floor to the Director General of the United Nations Office in Vienna, Mrs. Ghada Fadi Wali. Please, you have the floor, Ghada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished speakers and members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to IPU, to the Austrian Parliament, and to all of you on a successful conference. The Fifth World Conference has brought together parliamentarians from around the world at a pivotal moment to share the hard lessons learned in the COVID-19 crisis, to overcome the continued challenges posed by the pandemic, and to chart a collective and inclusive way forward in the recovery at a time people are divided, the planet is fragile, and peace is elusive. I welcome the commitments contained in the high-level declaration adopted just now. And I commend you for amplifying the voices, aspirations, and concerns of the people you represent and serve. I also thank you for bringing a sobering voice from Afghanistan. The UN office at Vienna and the UN Office on Drugs and Crime are proud to support you and to be your partner in your endeavors. I had the honor of addressing the opening of the 13th Summit of Women Speakers on Monday. I experienced the refreshing energy and determination that women parliamentarians are bringing to the table and witnessed the firm commitment of the IPU to ensuring the full contributions of women and men to parliamentary work everywhere. This commitment is also in evidence here, and I was glad to see that the first panel of this conference focused on a new global social compact for gender equality, which represents an essential precondition, a necessary means to an end, and a specific goal under the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. This conference has served as an opportunity for the parliamentary community to address the impact of the pandemic on our systems and societies. It has further sought to ensure that our economic recovery also contributes to sustainable development and that the COVID-19 crisis does not overshadow the urgency of climate action. Your discussions have also contended with the important questions of how parliamentarians can strike a balance between transparency and security, and how the parliamentary community can further advance global governance going forward. In this regard, I welcome the focus of the final panel of the Fifth World Conference on the unfinished agenda and the untapped opportunities for parliamentarians and the UN to work together, driven by new ideas and approaches. I value the close partnership between UNODC and the IPU. And I strongly believe UNODC has more to offer parliamentarians and their regional networks to support action to address the challenges identified by this conference and the commitments outlined in the high-level declaration. Together with the IPU and the UN Office of Counterterrorism, we are developing model legislative provisions to better support victims of terrorism. I commend the IPU for their focus on this area, and I'm proud to co-organize the first ever Global Parliamentary Summit on Terrorism. I'm looking forward to the opening of this important meeting tomorrow. UNODC is a leading provider of technical and legislative assistance to prevent and combat terrorism, with a focus on criminal justice responses. Since 2002, UNODC has trained over 32,000 criminal justice officials and supported the drafting, revision, and adoption of 189 pieces of counter-terrorism legislation. Our counter-terrorism expertise is connected with our uniquely integrated mandates on drugs, transnational organized crime, and corruption. Our role as guardian of key international treaties addressing these challenges, and our support for the UN standards and norms on crime prevention and criminal support and criminal justice. Now the COVID crisis and economic fallout have increased vulnerabilities and intensified the threats posed by drugs, crime, corruption, and terrorism. Last year, there were up to 124 million new poor, which represents the first rise in extreme poverty in a generation. Without school, job prospects, or social protection, many millions more women, children, and men have been left more vulnerable and more exposed to violence, abuse, exploitation, human trafficking, migrant smuggling, and other crimes. To strengthen prevention and protection, provide opportunity, and empower people, in particular women and youth, we need parliaments to pass national legislation in line with international commitments and enabling international cooperation. We need effective implementation and enforcement to ensure that the laws on the books result in successful action on the ground. And we need parliaments to engage with civil society as well as promote accountability and address corruption, including by harnessing digital technologies and working towards closing the digital divide. To support these efforts, UNODC and IPU are formally exploring a new and comprehensive collaboration framework to provide integrated normative assistance across a broad range of rule of law challenges, including by raising the awareness of parliamentarians and by helping to identify gaps, develop legislation, and promote international and regional cooperation. We are also discussing expanded collaboration with regional parliamentary assemblies with the same goals in mind. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, for myself, this week with you has been a welcome and invigorating opportunity to see multilateralism in action and in person after months of living in the virtual mode of work. The week has also served as welcome evidence that the parliamentary community is thriving despite the many restrictions and challenges over the past month that have sought to hinder your cooperation, and that all of you remain faithful and engage in a greater global solidarity for peace and sustainable development for people and for planet. UNODC is pleased to join you and support you. Thank you. Congratulations once again on a successful World Conference, and see you tomorrow at the first Global Parliamentary Summit on Terrorism. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Director General Wally. Now, I wish to give the warm welcome to the Chancellor of Austria, Mr. Sebastian Kurz. Please, Mr. Chancellor, welcome to our meeting. I will give the floor directly to the Chancellor. Chancellor Kurz, please, you have the floor.
dear President of the IPU, dear Presidents of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for inviting me, and I would like to thank you for the honor that you have chosen Austria for this important gathering of the World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. With the outbreak of the pandemic, the past 18 months have confronted all of us in a very difficult way. And I think what was especially difficult for us as politicians was that in-person exchange was definitely very rare. So after these 18 months, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you in Vienna. And I think that we all agree that digital diplomacy is helpful, yes, but it can never replace physical meetings. And so thank you very much for taking time to Vienna. It's an honor that you are here. The COVID-19 pandemic has also underlined once again the value of international cooperation and solidarity. Global challenges require global responses, as no country alone would be able to face them on its own. The response to the COVID-19 pandemic is the vaccination, and we are in the lucky position now to have several effective vaccines available that were developed in record time. At the same time, we are fully aware of the inequality in access to vaccines worldwide. And as no one is safe before everyone is safe, it is an important priority for Austria and the EU to donate vaccines to other regions in the world where the needs are biggest. We also need to successfully manage the economic recovery together. During the pandemic, 120 million people fell into extreme poverty and more than 250 million jobs were temporarily lost. We need to work together to reverse this trend and to create growth for all countries and regions again. And at the same time, we need to be ambitious when taking measures to fight the climate change. We have only one planet, and we need to ensure that we protect it also for the children and grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, even though the management of the pandemic and its consequences needs a lot of attention, I think we also have to face other challenges, like the promotion of global peace and security. In this regard, I'm especially worried about the situation in Afghanistan, and I hope that we can work all together to support people in need in Afghanistan and also in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by thanking you for the privilege to have you here in Vienna. I also would like to thank our President of the Parliament, Wolfgang Sobotka, for hosting this event here or co-hosting this event here in Vienna. And I would like to invite you to a reception after your meeting here in this building at the 3rd floor. And I hope that we will have the chance to have some private talks and discussions as well. Thank you very much for taking time to come to Vienna.
Please.
Dear colleagues, we are coming very quickly to the end of our session, and after this impressive statement by the Chancellor Kurz, we will give the floor to the Speaker, Peter Heike, President of Austrian Federal Council. Mr. Speaker.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Pacheco.
President Pacheco, Speakers, Secretary General Chungong, Federal Chancellor Kurz, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have been able to live and use these past days as positively as I did. I am excited about this conference. Let me say this as a first remark. having the opportunity to taking into consideration both local and global issues and resuming our multilateral parliamentary relationships. This is something we managed to do these past days. And I would like to thank you all for coming here to Vienna and participating in this conference. For many of you, this meant traveling here from far in order to be able to meet face to face once again. I think all of us have missed these opportunities. The bilateral meetings we had in the margins of this conference have been a great pleasure for me, and I hope also for you. Very often they were an occasion for us to find out that although our peoples live very far from each other, they are facing very similar challenges, challenges that we can overcome when we have a constant exchange and support each other. Unfortunately, the global pandemic is not over yet. We need some further efforts to tackle the impacts of the virus all over the world. The intensive debates for the benefit of our regions, of our countries, of our populations, in the interest of peace and sustainable development in these past days have shown the first visible results in the form of our interactive exchange during this conference, in the form of many bilateral and multilateral meetings, and of course by way of the declaration that was adopted moments ago. These results will guide us also in our efforts to implement this at all levels. It has been an honor for the Austrian Parliament to offer Vienna as the host site. Vienna, which is a historic place of building bridges and of meeting. And together we have been able to give a very clear signs for effective multilateralism and strong inter-parliamentary dialogue. Dear colleagues, I hope you had a very pleasant stay here in Vienna, and I wish you a safe journey back home and would be most delighted to welcome you here again in Vienna or meet you in your respective countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker Rage. Now, Speaker Sobotka, you have the floor.
Colleagues, parliamentarians, President Pacheco, Federal Chancellor Kurz, President of the National Council, Secretary General Chungong. We have spent 2 days of very intensive dialogue in our general debate, in the panels, and in many bilateral talks, which are very important in these times. We have been able to talk about some of the very core issues of our time, questions for which there are no simple or one-dimensional responses, questions which require courage, perseverance, and a very broad perspective. When we want to be successful in countering the pandemic, in ensuring the transition to sustainable development, to sustainable economies, to gender equality, or in combating climate change, we especially need the trust of our peoples. In every country, we need them to trust politics, parliamentarism, and democracy. I'm convinced that we can win their trust if we open our parliaments, if we act in a transparent manner, if we make it very clear to our populations that we need them and want to meet them without jeopardizing, however, the safety and security of our members of parliament. Honorable speakers, yesterday and today, we have come together here from all continents, and although many of our views are diverse, we have succeeded in adopting a common declaration and in finding a common understanding on some of the very key questions of our time. We have also been able to show a very clear sign of a strong democracy. We have also shown a very clear sign in the midst of this pandemic, showing that face-to-face meetings are possible and are necessary. Necessary because we also have to meet in person to discuss on public health and personal risks. And this is possible, and inter-parliamentary work does, however, not end with the end of this conference or with this declaration, just like the work of the IPU does not end with the decisions taken at this conference and with all of us traveling back home. On the contrary, our mission only started today and here by ensuring that our vision and this mission that I'm talking about and that is enshrined in this declaration is brought back to our parliaments, and that we are guided by them during our future activities when we are taking the next steps. I would like to thank you very much again for trusting the Austrian Parliament and for giving us the honor to co-host this conference for the first time in the history of the IPU. Engaging in a fruitful exchange with all of you during these last days has been a particularly enriching and unforgettable experience for me and for all of us. I'm looking forward to build on the experiences made and to further strengthen the ties between our parliaments and to cooperate even more. I would also like to thank all our members of staff in the parliamentary administration and beyond. Hundreds have been working to make this event a success. I would also like to thank our friends Duarte Pacheco and Secretary General Martin Chugong and your able teams. You have done an excellent job, a very courageous and sustainable job. A big word of thanks for your excellent work once again.
Und ich möchte nicht vergessen, dass die gute Seele dahinter auch die Botschafterin Anda Philipp war. Und auch ihr gilt unser aller Dank. Herzlichen Dank für Ihren Einsatz. Es bleibt mir damit nur übrig, Ihnen ein gutes Nachhausekommen zu wünschen. Aber vorher freue ich mich, wenn ich Sie morgen bei der Konferenz, die die UNO gemeinsam mit der IPU organisiert hat, zum Thema des Counterterrorismus und die Geißel, die uns durch Jahre hindurch schon in besonderer Weise gefordert hat, eine Konferenz abzuhalten, die auch für die Sicherheit der Parlamente von entscheidender Bedeutung sein wird. In diesem Sinne ein herzliches Wiedersehen morgen und dann ein gutes Heimkommen, und spätestens in Madrid sehen wir uns wieder.
Speaker Sobotka, Speaker Hagi, Chancellor Kurz, dear colleagues, friends, Madam and Mr. Speakers, our staff prepared me a text saying that I will have a great pleasure to bring this World Conference of Speakers of Parliament to a close. But it is not true. I regret it so much because I enjoy these 2 days with all of you. It is not true. I wish that we'll continue for more days. But yes, the reality is that we are coming to the end of our meeting. So firstly, I wish to say thank you to all of you, to each one of you that worked so hard in all the panels, in our general session, to prepare the declaration, to at so many bilateral meetings, showing to the world that the parliaments are alive, that with this pandemic we didn't give up from our own functions, and here we are working together to build a better future. But a special thanks we need to say to the Speaker Sobotka, Subita Hagi, to your staff, because we will not be here without your persistence, without your work. And so thank you so much for everything. The organization was perfect. But allow me to say thank you to all your staff, the volunteers, hundreds of young people that work as a volunteer to achieve the success of the meeting, to help us in all this building, but also to the staff of IPU that prepare for a long time. This is not the work of the president. It happened well because they work very hard to achieve the success of the meeting. And so also the staff of IPU needs one applause. Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you also to the interpreters here in this room, in all rooms, that allow us to communicate between ourselves, because we came from so many different countries with so many different languages, but it was possible to keep in dialogue between ourselves. They were essential as well. Thank you so much for all of you. Dear friends, we know the terrible impact of the COVID-19, the people that died, the suffer that so many families, that our families had, the loss that we shared, the economies that suffered, the poverty that increased, the gap between rich and poor people that increase. We know well what happened in the last 2 years. How change the education system, how change the health system, how change the economies, but also how change the life of parliamentarians. Because we keep working. We keep our work to approve bills, legislation, special measures, special budget to win the war against this virus. We achieved new ways to work that maybe 2 years ago, some of us will not believe that will be possible. But very soon, we adapt to the new reality because we represent the people. And if people needs our work, we work, no cares the situation. And so, here we are, after 2 years, to say it was important what we have done, but we have much more to do. That's why the declaration presented by the Speaker Argimon, and that was approved by all of you, call us to action. That encourage all of us to share with governments the action that needs to recover our countries, our economy, and our societies for what we suffer from these times. But we never forget the other problems of society. The climate change, of course, the gender equality that is necessary, and also the importance to have more youth in politics, to combat abstention, and to have a more inclusive democracy. And also, how important it is to defend our colleagues and the parliaments that suffer. It may happen in Myanmar, in Afghanistan, in Guinea, in Mali, in other places, in Tunisia, where a peaceful resolution of the political crisis is important and urgent. The gains of the Arab Spring should not be destroyed in such young democracy. And we talk about it. And we talk about this challenge of our world. Dear friends, we are going home. Now with more energy, committed with such strong resolution. We will work harder to have a better future for the future generations, but for the present too. So, dear friends, this way, I wish you a very safe trip back to your own home, your countries. But I know that we will look and we will see each other very soon in Madrid next November for the 143 Assembly of the IPU. Shukran. Merci. Spasiba. Gracias. Thank you. And obrigado from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of the entire IPU. It's a pleasure. Martin. Before end the session, Speaker Hagi, for you. Thank you. And Speaker Sobotka, you can use it in your own parliaments now. Thank you. Take care, Mr. Chancellor. Now they have something to finish the sessions, and maybe they can take off the word to the Chancellor as well. Dear colleagues, Mr. Speakers, Madam Speakers, dear friends, Mr. Chancellor, our 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliaments came to an end. Thank you so much.